This is Imperator of Forge, and this is Forge Gang Radio. Forge Gang Radio signing in. I'm still a heart man. Let's go! And we can finally begin. I could have just said that this is life under the medieval church, but I made sure to include the canon law, or the basics and the beginnings of what will become medieval canon law. And canon law still exists. In fact, Romanitas, Roman law, and Roman civics survived as the canon law of the church. So basically, Emperor Justinian's code of laws from the 6th century and all of the compiled and uncompiled documentation of Roman laws survived into the church canon law. And for 1,000 years, 1,000 years of the medieval period, throughout the medieval period, the main standard of what was canonical jurisprudence, judicial law, judicial system, was the church. In fact, in medieval Christendom, there were actually two courts. There were two distinct court systems, and this is also where the infamous Inquisition comes into play. There was the church courts, the courts under canon law, and the courts under baronial feudal law. So, in this lesson, I will be talking about the church's role in feudalism. This is not about feudalism. This is not about the feudal system or the feudal medieval castles and stuff. I'm not going to be talking about that. Knights and castles and crusaders and stuff. That's for another time. I'm just going to be talking about the feudal church and the role that the feudal church had in medieval society. So, last time I talked about the patristics, the patristic church fathers from the 2nd to the 7th centuries AD of the Common Era, and I talked about the patristic age. This period was a time in which various Greek and Italian church fathers, and even some Syriac and Egyptian and Anatolian church fathers basically broke down the basic foundations of what the prophets and the apostles taught and what exactly the Old and the New Testament taught in regards to the revelation of Jesus Christ being the Son of Man and also the Son of God, coming down as a man, both humane and divine, having two natures, being perfectly human and perfectly divine, and ultimately dying on the cross and being resurrected and ascending into heaven, and giving forth his gift to the world, which was the church. The patristics explained how these revelations were taught directly from the apostles themselves, who then performed something known as apostolic succession. the apostles that Jesus Christ appointed through the laying on of hands, bishops in the various jurisdictions in Rome, Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, Constantinople, and many, many, many other places. As a result of what the patristic fathers did at the end of the massive martyrdom of the early Christians in the first 300 years of the Common Era, the patristics laid down the foundations for what would become the Roman Catholic feudal church. And this theology, this magisterium and canon law, would remain, and really still remains, the basis of Western Christianity. Now, I will also talk a bit about Eastern Christianity as well, as I go through the history of the medieval feudal church. So this will be the next lesson. So this is life under the canon law of the medieval or the feudal church. Krail says, oh, 07. How are you doing, Krail? And this is the foundations of Christian theology until the Reformation. When the Protestant Reformation comes around, a lot of this begins to change. The Protestants break away from the Catholic Church. They form their own theological meanings. Calvinism especially pushes away and changes a lot of the theology, but it retains a lot of what the Protestant churches do is they retain most of the basic theology from the scriptures and from the patristic writers of the late 1st to the early 7th centuries of the Common Era. In fact, if you look at Martin Luther's main complaints, Martin Luther, the Protestant reformer, actually favored the patristic writers. Martin Luther believed that what happened to the medieval church is that after the church fathers laid down the foundations of the laws and the ethics and interpretations and canonization of the church through the ecumenical councils, Martin Luther and other Protestants believed that after that, the church became very corrupt. It started to accept bribes. It gave positions of power to corrupt officials. Corrupt people took on the offices of bishops. And there was a lot of lies in regards to the use of holy relics and stuff like that. And the Pope being the Antichrist. And so the Protestant reformers would have said that the scriptures, sola fides, is the main foundations of Christian theology. A lot of them would have also supported the patristic writers. And then after the end of the patristic era, they would have said that the Catholic Church became corrupt, that it fell into derision and apostasy, and they were going to reform and purify the first century church and return back to like a period before this so-called corruption happened. But that will be for a later stream. For right now, I'm going to cover the main feudal theology, the theology of the Western Church in the medieval period. So, let's begin. First, I will talk about the church's role in feudalism. There was actually two systems of laws in the Middle Ages. There was the feudal system and the canon system. The canon law was the court and judicial power of the church, and the feudal law was the power of the king or the emperor. The church's role in feudalism. In the last post, the system of feudalism was explained. This week, we want to take a look at the role of the church in feudalism. To review, Feudalism was a system created to provide land, resources, and food, and service military, etc., etc., to those who needed it. But how did the church relate to the system? Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire in 391. With this protection, the church grew in numbers and influence and became the most powerful institution in Europe. The church was organized in much the same way the feudal system was, with the Pope on top, then bishops and abbots, then priests and superiors of convents and monasteries, then friars, monks, and nuns. Do you see something missing in the diagram to the left? Where are the believers? The average Christians. In many ways, they were considered so unimportant that they did not need to be on the chart. So they're talking about serfs. The church leaders were the official, educated individuals in society. They were called upon to help the secular leaders as advisors on political, financial, judicial, and military issues in addition to spiritual matters. The most important, the church with its structure helped to legitimize the feudal system structure. The church taught that God appointed the pope and kings or emperors. This is the origin of divine right of kings. This meant that each person was born into their divinely determined position in society. If you were a king, you and your descendants would always be kings. If you were a peasant, you and your descendants would always be peasants. God wanted it that way. Land was given to the church by nobles as indulgences to buy their way into heaven. By the end of the medieval period, the church was in fact the largest landowner in Europe, owning 1/3 of the land. With that much land, the church became very powerful, and with power comes the abuse of power. So this is from Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church. This is just kind of explaining the backdrop of what precisely would eventually lead to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century. But this is not about the Protestant Reformation. We're talking about a history of canon law. So this is legalhistorysources.com, a short history of canon law from apostolic times until 1917. The Catholic Kenneth Pennington, the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C. Short biography for the study of the canon law. Canon law was born in communities that felt great ambivalence about the relationship of law and faith. Custom governed early Christian communities. Not a body of written law, it was custom informed by oral traditions and sacred scriptures. Christians did not arrange their lives according to a Christian law, but according to the spiritual goals of the community and of individual Christians. St. Paul wrote to Roman Christians who knew and lived under the law created by the Roman state, and reminded them that faith in Christ replaces secular law with a quest for salvation. Romans chapter 7, verses 1 to 12, and chapter 10, verses 1 to 11. Law, he sharply reminded the Galatians, cannot make a man worthy of God, worthy to God. Only faith can bring life to the just man. the inherent tension between the faith and conscience of the individual and the rigor of law has never been and never will be completely resolved in religious law. Christian communities lived without a comprehensive body of written law for more than 5 centuries. Consequently, in the early church, canon law has a system of norms that governed the church, or even a large number of Christian communities did not exist. This is not surprising. The Roman state regulated religious practice and quite naturally legislated for the church after the empire became Christian at the beginning of roughly the 4th century. The attitudes of the Christian emperors can be seen clearly in their legislation. To take only the imperial statutes in Justinian's Codex as a guide, there are 41 imperial statutes dating between 313 and 399 that deal with ecclesiastical discipline and practice. Titles 2 to 13 of the Codex of Justinian. The Roman emperors had exercised authority over Roman religious institutions, and it was only natural that Constantine would continue this assertion of imperial authority. Gradually, the church in the West did begin to conceive of itself as a corporate body. A corporate body that had the authority to produce rules to govern itself and exercise a separate judicial role in society. That separation of the church from the state, from the world, would not begin in earnest until the second half of the 11th century. Caesaropapism was the primary norm, followed by all early medieval Christian rulers. In the East, the Roman emperor who ruled over Greek Constantinople continued to legislate and regulate ecclesiastical institutions until its collapse in 1453. Byzantine canon law began to merge with civil law in the 6th century. The first legal collections contained only ecclesiastical norms, canons, or secular norms, laws. In the late 6th and early 7th centuries, Byzantine canonists combined these two sources. These collections were named nomocanons, although the name did not become common until the 11th century. The Apostolic and Conciliar Age. In the first 3 centuries, Christians drew their norms and rules. In the first 3 centuries, Christians drew their rules and norms from the Gospels and sacred scripture. Some communities produced handbooks that provided guidance for various aspects of Christian life. Only a few of these have survived. One of the earliest was the Didache, that established rules governing the liturgy, the sacraments, and lay practices like fasting. The Didache was probably written in Greek for a Syrian community. The book purported to contain the teachings of the 12 apostles and dealt with matters of liturgy and discipline. In the early 3rd century, 218 AD, Hippolytus is generally thought to have composed the Traditio Apostolica, another treatise in Greek that detailed the rites and practices of the Roman Christian community. It contains instructions for the consecration of bishops, priests, and deacons, and for administering baptism. Slightly later, circa 230, an unknown author wrote Didascalia Apostolorum for Christian communities in Syria. It was written in Syriac and was incorporated into later compilations, especially a work of the late 4th century, the Apostolic Constitutions. These very early Christian texts share several characteristics. Their authority derived from their apostolic origins, not from ecclesiastical institutions. They drew upon Scripture and practice for their norms. Their focus is Christian discipline, worship, and doctrine. They were intended to serve as a manual of guidance for the clergy and to some extent for the laity. These texts were not, however, a compilation of legal enactments. Although Christians had the model and example of Roman law, early Christian communities did not yet have institutional structures or a sense of corporate identity that would have encouraged them to produce legal norms governing themselves. Canonical norms in the New Testament. The most important window into the structures and customs of Christian communities are the so-called pastoral epistles, 1 Timothy and Titus. It is most likely that the Apostle Paul did not write them. Their unknown author used these letters as a vehicle to establish rules for early Christian communities. And when he wrote, he claimed Paul's authority. At the beginning of Titus chapter 1 verse 5, the author reminded Titus that he had left him behind in Crete in order to correct those things that needed correcting. He was to appoint elders, presbytery, and bishops, episcopi, in each city to govern the community. The elders should be married only once. Their children should be Christians, and they should not live in luxury or moral turpitude. In Greek, episkopos was an overseer or steward. Greek authors had used the word to describe males or females who functioned as guardians and supervisors in the Greek household. There is no evidence that women were ever episkopoia in the early Christian communities. The English word steward would probably best express its meaning. The author of Titus listed the qualifications of an episkopos as being humble, kind, abstemious, peaceful, prudent, and hospitable. Titus chapter 1 verses 7 to 8. This list of virtues was for the stewardship of small Christian communities that met in households and that received missionaries from other communities from time to time. The steward should also embrace and preach sound doctrine. Sana doctrina, Titus chapter 1 verse 9. First Timothy gives more detail about the governance of early Christian communities. He calls the church, strikingly, the house of God, Domus Dei, Domus Dei, that is, the church of the living God, Ecclesia Dei Vivae. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 15. The implication of these metaphors is that the church is organized like a Greek or Roman household. The author of 1 Timothy states that he will instruct Christians how they should behave in the ecclesia. Scias quamodo oportiet te in domo Dei conversari. As in Titus, he rehearses the virtues that the steward, anyone who would become steward, si quos episcopatum desiderat, oportet ergo episcopum irreprehensibilum esse. 1 Timothy chapter 3 verses 1 to 2 must have abilities to govern. If a man has not learned to manage his own household, how will he govern God's church? 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 5. The steward should not be a recent convert to Christianity, and he should have a good reputation. The author of 1 Timothy must have envisioned the governance of early Christian communities as being in the hands of the patriarchal male, pater familias, whose obligations to his home must in some way be reflected in the early genesis of the pervasive Christian norm that clerics were married to their churches and should not move from place to place. The ecclesia has a domus, is also probably reflected in the status of diakonos. In Paul's epistle to Philippi, Philemon chapter 1 verse 1, and in 1 Timothy chapter 3 verses 1 to 13. At this early time, the diakoni should be translated as servers and not deacons. These servers were both male and female. From the description of their duties in 1 Timothy, they functioned in very much the same universe as servers in Hellenistic households. As Raymond Collins put it, Hellenistic moralists from the time of Aristotle taught that some virtues were appropriate for men, others for women. In such a Hellenistic society, it was important that the pastor, i.e., author of 1 Timothy, have something to say about the qualities of women who would serve in God's household. So he stipulates that they should be serious, not slanderers, not temperate, and faithful in all, but temperate and faithful in all things. Not slanderers, but temperate and faithful in all things. By the time, of course, that the church emerges into the clear light of day in the 4th century, the role of women was confined to the home of the bishop or priest. The councils of Ancyra 313 and Nicaea 325 laid down rules governing women who lived in the homes of the clergy. These women were now defined by their relationship to the cleric. They were no longer privileged with titles that would have given them status in the church. The author of 1 Timothy established norms for canonical procedure in cases when accusations were leveled against the clergy. These rules would remain a part of the canonical tradition for centuries. Christians could accuse elders, presbyteri, only when 2 or 3 witnesses could substantiate the charges. 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 19. This passage is also an illustration of how Christians drew upon the Old Testament for procedural norms. Deuteronomy chapter 19 verse 15 had established that 2 or 3 witnesses were necessary for convicting a person of a crime. In addition, 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 20 used public humiliation to chastise sinners. Wrongdoers should be publicly rebuked. Their public humiliation would serve as a deterrence to others. Return to early norms. The New Testament epistles were a primary source for the earliest norms of canon law, but they were thoroughly inadequate as guides for Christian communities, as they began to evolve into more complicated and integrated organizational structures throughout the Mediterranean world. If the Greco-Roman domus was a model for the organization of the early Christian churches, Greco-Roman public assemblies most likely provided procedural and institutional models for early Christian assemblies. These ecclesiastical assemblies provided a forum for making doctrinal and disciplinary decisions, for governing consent of the community, and for establishing norms for local communities. These assemblies became a part of ecclesiastical governance very early, although later church fathers, particularly John Chrysostom, did justify conciliar assemblies on the basis of Acts chapter 15. Modern scholars have concluded that the assembly described in Acts chapter 15 at Jerusalem cannot be described as a council or synod. There is no evidence Christians of different communities gathered together to decide matters of discipline or doctrine until the late 2nd century. Nonetheless, they undoubtedly regularly resolved questions inside their local communities with congregational assemblies. The emergence of ecclesiastical assemblies that established canonical norms took place almost simultaneously in the East and West. In the early 3rd century, Tertullian reported that councils, concilia, were held to decide questions and to represent the whole Christian name. Representatio totius nominis Christianae. The exact nature of these assemblies has been debated, but there can be no doubt that they promulgated norms and made decisions for Christian communities. There are references to assemblies in Asia Minor at Iconium, Synada, Bostra, and other localities in the early 3rd century. In the second half of the century, these assemblies became more common. The Council of Carthage, that can be dated between 220 and 230, was the first Western assembly about which we are well informed. Bishop Caprian of Carthage provides information that the participants confronted issues surrounding the legal rules of baptism. He also mentions another council that condemned Prevetus, the bishop of Lambaesis, for his crimes. Caprian presided over a number of councils while bishop of Carthage, and used councils as a means to govern the churches of North Africa. In 251, he summoned a council to establish rules for reconciling those Christians who had abandoned their faith because of persecution. During the next year, he gathered 67 bishops to treat questions of reconciliation again, and had abandoned their faith. Reconciling those, in 251, he summoned a council to establish rules. So Caprian presided over a number of councils while Bishop of Carthage, and used councils as a means to govern the churches of North Africa. In 251, he summoned a council to establish rules for reconciling those Christians who had abandoned their faith because of persecution. During the next year, he gathered 67 bishops to treat questions of reconciliation again and infant baptism. Caprian wrote a letter to a certain Fidus, in which he informed him of the actions that the council had taken. This is the oldest conciliar letter that has survived. Subsequently, councils were held in Carthage almost every year during Caprian's reign as bishop, 251 to 258. Councils created tensions between the emerging office of the monarchical bishop and his freedom to govern his church. There was an evolving conviction in Christian communities that there were norms and procedures that should be followed in all the local churches. Nevertheless, Caprian believed that a bishop should have great freedom of action, and forcefully stated that he was unanswerable only to God, and forcefully stated that he was answerable only to God. When he quarreled with Pope Stephen over the question of the validity of schismatic and heretical baptisms, the inherent conflict between local episcopal control and general norms, whether established by the centralized authority or councils, raised an issue of ecclesiology and obedience that would bedevil the church for centuries. Caprian's response to Pope Stephen in 256, after his council had rejected the validity of heretical baptisms, reveals his ambivalence towards any conception of canonical rules or norms that would govern the entire church. For we are not forcing anyone in this matter. We are laying down no law, legum. For every appointed leader has in his governance of the church the freedom to exercise his own will and judgment, while having one day to render an account of his conduct to the Lord. Caprian recognized no system of canon law, and if he had been asked the question whether there should be a universal law for the church, anachronistically, he would have probably opposed the idea that the church should have a uniform system of law to which the clergy and laity would be subject. Return to councils and synods. By the 4th century, bishops had established themselves as administrators of local churches. They also recognized their role in governing the affairs of nearby churches and councils, as well as their responsibility to confront questions that touched upon the interest of the universal church. In the East and the West, councils became the main vehicles for promulgating norms that regulated the lives of clergy and the organization of the churches. It is during this period that the enactments of these assemblies produced became generally called canons, from the Greek word or canon in Latin. The Greek canon in Greek, canon did not mean law, but simply a straight rod or a rule. As we shall see, the primary focus of conciliar legislation in the 4th century was the structure of church and clerical discipline. The earliest councils for which we have a set of legislative decrees is one that was held circa 306 in Elvera, Ilaberii, a small town that once existed near Granada, Spain. This council produced canons that dealt with a wide range of matters, from clerical celibacy to apostasy. Although the 81 canons commonly attributed to the council may be the product of several Iberian councils from later in the 4th century, it is clear that the focus of the canons was on the sexual mores of the clergy and laity. Elvira was the first Western council to dictate that priests should be celibate. Its canons, however, did not circulate widely. With the ascension of Constantine the Great to the imperial throne in the early 4th century, the Christian churches began to produce canons that were publicly promulgated and that were recognized as authoritative by all the Christian communities. Constantine also elevated the authority of bishops in Christian communities. Although it is not clear how broad his mandate was, he issued a law that bishops could hear legal cases between Christians. Most scholars think that the episcopal court, the audientia episcopalis, originated because of this legislation. Constantine also used the church council to deal with doctrinal and disciplinary problems within the church. The first significant councils whose canons would become important in the canonical tradition were held in the East. In 314, bishops from cities that were under the influence of the church in Antioch gathered in the Galatian city of Ancyra. The council issued 25 canons that dealt with a variety of recent problems in the church. These canons dealt with the discipline of the clergy, the alienation of ecclesiastical property, chastity, sex with animals, adultery, murder, and magic. As can be seen from this list, the bishops tried to resolve desperate problems of immediate concern to the Eastern churches. Later councils continued this practice. They never attempted to produce a comprehensive set of norms for Christian communities. Another council was held at Neo-Caesarea between 315 and 319 AD, a Christian community to the east of Ancyra lived near the Black Sea. Like the canons of the Council of Ancyra, they were not a systematic set of norms. The canons covered random subjects. Priests cannot marry after ordination. Reference 1. Penance for bigamy, reference 3. Pregnant women are not to be excluded from baptism. A minimum age for priests of 30 years, restricting the number of deacons in one community to 7. These two early Eastern councils were never considered ecumenical, but their canons were accepted as normative and were placed in many canonical collections of the East and West. Constantine also convened a council in the West at the city of Arles in 314. It was a large council with 33 bishops present, together with many lower clergy. Arles was the first Western council that did not report that laymen had participated in its proceedings. Eleveria was the last to mention lay participants in its reports. These two councils can be seen as mile markers on the road that led to the councils becoming assemblies in which the will of clergy constituted the only legitimate source of canonical norms. Oh, hey, Rick Perry, what's up? I am reading about the rise of medieval canonical laws. In 325, Constantine decided to hold an imperial council in the East to settle the doctrinal controversies raised by the Arian heresy, particularly the issue of the relationship of the Father and Son in the Trinity. A number of local episcopal synods were held in the East in preparation for the council. The emperor originally planned to hold the council in Ancyra, but moved it to Nicaea. He opened the council in June 325. Around 300 bishops attended. Only a few Western clergy were present. The 20 canons of the council very quickly became universal norms in the Christian church. The council also drafted a definition of faith that became the fundamental statement of Christian belief, the Nicene Creed. The canons established a structure for the church that paralleled the secular organization of the Roman Empire. Rules were established for the appointment of bishops. The primacy of the episcopal sees of Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria was established. The customary prerogatives of other episcopal sees were also maintained. The bishops and clergy were mandated to remain in the churches in which they were ordained. A metropolitan bishop was to head each province. He and the bishops of his province would hold synods twice a year to decide matters of ecclesiastical discipline. The synod would be the highest ecclesiastical court of the province. Other canons of Nicaea established norms for ecclesiastical discipline. Eunuchs were excluded from the clergy. Rapid promotion of converts in the hierarchy was forbidden. Bishops, priests, and deacons were not permitted to live with women unless they were relatives. Clergy could not practice usury, etc., etc. The early councils established a pattern of governance in the church that lasted until the end of the 9th century. Local synods met regularly in the East and the West. They decided difficult and contentious problems in the church, and they promulgated canons that regulated the affairs of the provinces. Numerous local synods were supplemented by ecumenical councils that were held exclusively in the East until the Second Council of Nicaea in 787. Although rejected by the Greeks, the Latin Church has traditionally recognized the Fourth Council of Constantinople of 869 to 870 as ecumenical. It was convened by Pope Nicholas I in Constantinople, but its decrees were never included in any Eastern canonical collections. It was not recognized as an ecumenical council in the West until the 11th century. In the 11th century, the papacy asserted its exclusive right to convene an ecumenical councils. The sites of all subsequent ecumenical councils were in the West. The age of councils whose canons or canons united the Latin and Greek churches had passed. So this is when we get to the division of the West and East, the Western and Eastern church schism or schism. The first collections of canon law within a united Christendom. Until the 4th century, the Old and New Testaments, apostolic traditions, real and apocryphal, custom and synodal canons constituted the four main sources of ecclesiastical norms. During the course of the 4th century, two other sources of authoritative norms emerged in the Christian church: the writings of the fathers of the church and the letters of the bishops of Rome. In the Eastern church, the canons of the fathers were recognized as norms between 381 and 451. They consisted of letters or other writings directed to specific persons by the Eastern Fathers. The most important were letters of Eastern bishops. Among the 12 bishops and patriarchs named in the canon as having authoritative force were Athanasius and Cyril, archbishops of Alexandria, Basil the Great, archbishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia, Gregory, bishop of Nyssa or Nassa. Within the Greek canonical tradition, the letters of these bishops remained of fundamental importance. Consequently, the episcopal letters took their place among the synodal canons in Eastern canonical collections. In the Latin West, a parallel development during the 4th and 5th centuries gave papal decretal letters that were often rescripts, that is, responses to questions, an equal place with conciliar canons. These decretal letters were responses to requests that asked for answers from the Pope to problems of ecclesiastical doctrine, discipline, and governance. The form of the requests was based on similar letters sent to the Roman emperors on specific questions of law. In 4th century, bishops in the Western Church began to turn to Rome for answers to questions about discipline and doctrine. Pope Siricius, who reigned from 384 to 399, his letter to Bishop Himerius of Tarragona is the earliest example we have of a letter of a pope responding to a series of questions. Himerius had sent a letter to Siricius's predecessor, Pope Damasus, 366 to 384, who had posed questions about the validity of baptisms performed by heretics, the rules for bestowing baptism, the treatment of Christians who lapse into paganism, and the banishment of monks and nuns who have fornicated. Damasus had not yet answered Himerius's letter by the time of his death, but Siricius responded soon after he became pope. Clerical celibacy and continence were issues in the Iberian Church, and Siricius devoted a long passage to the problem of married priests and deacons who had children with their wives after their ordination. The Pope mandated that those priests who would live continentally henceforward could keep their ecclesiastical offices, but that those who did not were stripped of all their authority and offices. There are several elements of the letter that will remain characteristic of papal decretals for centuries. Siricius noted that the letter was read aloud before him and other clergy in conventu fratrum solicitius legerimus, and implied that he discussed the problems posed by Himerius openly with his clergy. Papal consultation with the curia would become a standard practice in the papal curia. By the 12th century, popes began to render decisions regularly with the phrase, "With the advice of our brothers, the cardinals, we ought to ordain. De consilio fratrum nostrorum debemus statuturi." Pope Alexander III, 1159 to 1181, or has Pope Innocent III, 1198 to 1216, established the formula for future papal decretals. With the advice of our brothers, we are led to respond, "De concilio fratrum nostrorum talater in hujus mode ducimus respondendum." The validity and authority of a papal decretal were based on the prestige and primacy of the Bishop of Rome and the support of the Roman Christian community. In Siricius's time, the community was represented by the Conventus Fractrum. By the time of Innocent III, the community was represented by the College of Cardinals. At the end of the decretal, Pope Siricius asked Himerius to forward the decretal letter to all his fellow bishops on the Iberian Peninsula. Even at this early date, the Pope conceived of his letter as establishing authoritative norms for regions far outside Rome. Almost immediately, collections of papal letters began to circulate in the Western Church, and papal decretal letters took their place among conciliar canons as sources of norms for the Christian Church. The 5th century was marked by the gradual acceptance of the Eastern conciliar canons in Rome. The 5th century was marked by the gradual acceptance of the Eastern conciliar canons in Rome. Latin translations were made of the canons of the Greek councils, and they began to circulate widely as authoritative text. By the pontificate of Pope Gelasius I, 492 to 496, the sources of canonical norms in the West were widely scattered in different languages and codexes. For the first time, an attempt was made to compile a collection of canonical texts. A Greek, Dionysius Exiguus, arrived in Rome at the end of the century. He was fluent in Latin and Greek. His first task was to give the texts of the Greek councils fresh and accurate translations. He compiled 3 collections of conciliar canons that included 165 canons from councils dating from Nicaea and Constantinople I, 381 AD, and arranged the text chronologically. In the last collection, commissioned by Pope Hormisdas, 514 to 523, Dionysius placed Greek and Latin versions of the texts in the book so that readers could compare them. He also compiled a collection of papal decretals that began with the decretal letter of Pope Siricius and ended with Pope Anastasius II, 496 to 498, in chronological order. Finally, he combined those 2 works in a corpus canonum, that scholars have given the name Collectio Dionysiana. It was not an official collection of canonical norms. Private collections would remain the only vehicles for preserving and disseminating canonical texts until the 13th century, but it circulated widely. A remarkable number of manuscripts, 34 in total, of the collection still exist in European libraries. Later canonists supplemented the Collectio Dionysiana. Even more importantly, Pope Hadrian I, 772 to 795, sent an augmented copy of the Collectio Dionysiana to Charles the Great, to Charles the Great, Charlemagne, that is known as the Collectio Dionysiana Hadriana, Coln do Bibliothek 115 to 116. Although other collections of canonical texts were also used in the Carolingian period, the Dionysiana, the Dionysiana Hadriania enjoyed enormous popularity in Northern Europe from the 9th to the 11th century. 100 manuscripts of the work have been found to date. The work of Dionysius Exegius established the canons of the 4th century Eastern Greek councils and papal decretals as the foundation of Western Latin canon law. And so that is the origins of the Western canon law. Also, I have noticed that I made a very bad mistake. I put 2 A's instead of 1. There should be only 2 A's in the canon law. So the origins of the canon law in Western Christendom came from the Greek Church Fathers and the various synods of these Greek Church Fathers, as well as papal decretals from the 3rd to the 9th century. And up until the 9th century, that is the Carolingian period in France, the second French royal dynasty were the Carolingians. They came between the Merovingians and the Capetians. Those were the foundations of Western Rite canon law up until the 9th century, and even in some cases up until the 11th century. So I'm going to read some comments right fast. Creel says, 07. What's up, Creel? How are you doing, bro? Creel says, blessed. Thank you. God bless you too, sir. Shrek says, I rode into town on a donkey. Okay, smartass. Sure thing. Shrek says, oh, do I love me a good donkey. That just sounds so fucked up. Like, why would you want to fuck your donkey? Interdimensional Lizard says, hello, what is up? How are things going in the Ralphiverse? Rick Perry, what's up, Rick? I haven't seen you in a long time. Herb Green is thirsting after you, by the way. Rick Perry says, Forge Gang! All right, Creel says, amen. Carell says, Dismas, the penitent thief, is often regarded as one of the only people in the synaptics directly told by Christ that he will be in heaven. Yeah, wasn't he on the cross? There was 3 crosses on Mount Calvary during the crucifixion. And one of the 2 guys that Jesus talked to explained that he wanted to repent and enter the kingdom of God. Christ promised that he would go to the kingdom if he repented. But yeah, there is that story of the penitent thief. The synaptics, by the way, refer to Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Those are the synoptic gospels. K. Real says, so obviously being on the right or wrong side of the law doesn't alone endear us to God alone. No, you can be obedient to the authority of the law. But as it says in Titus and 1 Timothy, the epistles of Titus and First Timothy, following secular law does not allow you to enter the kingdom of God. What allows you to enter the kingdom of God is the acceptance that you are a sinner, the acceptance of the forgiving grace of Christ, and being born again by the forgiving grace and sacrifice of Jesus Christ on the cross, followed by baptism. You must accept and love Jesus Christ and recognize that he is the Son of God, that he is God himself, both God and man, that he is the Son of God, that he is the Lord Jesus Christ, and that through his saving grace of salvation, you can enter the kingdom of heaven. But you must be born again through baptism. Baptism in the Spirit, baptism in water, and baptism in fire. K. says, so obviously being on the right or wrong side of the law does not alone endear us to God. No, it's salvation by grace through works of faith. It is salvation by grace through the works and tribulation of faith. You have to work and you have to labor for the salvation. The salvation does not come to you by being lazy and not doing anything. You have to work and struggle every single day, every single hour of your life, of the rest of your entire life, up until the day that you die, up until the very second that you die, to struggle to remain in the proper state of accepted given grace, or satisfactory grace. You do this by keeping the sacraments. You can also have a bedside. You can also have a bedside salvation, or a bedside confession. I'm sorry, deathbed confession. Wrist control says Granada. Wrist control says Hartman. What's up, Jeff Berry? I haven't seen you in a while. Rick Perry says Hartman. Rick Perry gives a thumbs up and a like. Thank you, good sir. Shrek says, I am a hard ogre. Rick Perry says, hard. Shrek says, onions have layers. Well, ain't you quite a little smartass? Rick Perry says that he broke his phone whilst Channel Island hopping, scouting out legitimate potential breakaway civilizations, was off the internet for 11 days. Well, I mean, people have IRL lives that they've got to live. So, is there any questions in regards to what I'm talking about or discussing? If not, I'm going to go back to reading. So, yeah. So, the work of Dionysius Exeges established the canons of the 4th century Eastern Greek councils and papal decretals, has the foundation of Western Latin canon law. So this is how it all got started. An Italian cleric named Crisconius composed a canonical collection in the 6th or 7th century. The date is not certain. In contrast to Dionysius's chronological organization, Crisconius produced one of the first collections arranged systematically, according to topics. He began and ended with the sacrament of ordination, but in between he covered marriage, clerical discipline, and other subjects. In order that his collection would be more easily used, he provided an index to the collection that listed the topics and the sources. The ecumenical councils and papal decretals were his primary sources. He also added a number of African councils to his collection. Crisconius called his collection a concord of conciliar canons. Concordia Canonium Consulorum, Coln, Dom Bibliothek 120. He brought concord to his collection by arranging and indexing them. 5 centuries later, another canonist, Gratian of Bologna, would attempt to bring concord to canon law systematically. In Crisconius' time, the law was too young and the sources were too limited to require him to reconcile conflicting opinions and text. There were not yet significant conflicts with which he must struggle. Canonical collections were made in various parts of the emergent Western Christendom. The Iberian Peninsula and the Roman province of Gaul were especially important. During the 6th and 7th centuries, Iberian bishops held numerous church councils. These canons were collected and added to the received texts of the Eastern councils. The most important collection of this extensive and frequent legislative activity was the Collectio Hispana. It was compiled by an anonymous canonist, although some attribute the work to Saint Isidore of Civelle, in the first half of the 7th century. It circulated almost exclusively within the Iberian Church and remained important until the 12th century, surviving in many manuscript copies. The Collectio Hispana influenced canonical collections. The Collectio Hispana influenced canonical collections in the Carolingian realm. It is also from the Collectio Hispana that the notion and belief of the filioque, that the spirit or the love of the Father proceeds from both the Father and the Son, instead of only from the Father and through the Son. This is the notion that is called the filioque. This is how the filioque came into the Western canon. It came from the Collectio Hispana into the canonical collections in the Carolingian realm. In Gaul, the bishops of Arles and others in the southern Gaul also held many church councils. The canons of these councils were collected and augmented by other councils and decretals. The most important of the Gallican collections was the Collectio Vetus Gallica. It was compiled in the early 7th century, probably in the vicinity of Lyon. A bishop of Lyon, Aetherius of Lyons, might have been the author. His authorship is not certain. The collection was topically arranged and circulated far less widely than the Dionysiana, than the Greek Dionysiana, or the Crisconius's Concordia Canonum Consulorum, conciliarum, but was copied and used in lands north of the Alps. Aetherius's chief concerns were the holding of synods. Clerical discipline were the holding Aetherius's chief concerns were the holding synods. Clerical discipline, the rights of metropolitan bishops, and the protection of ecclesiastical property. An Iberian cleric, Archbishop Martin of Braga, compiled a collection of canons in the second half of the 6th century. He relied on the canons of Eastern councils and divided his collection into 2 subject areas: canons that dealt with the clergy and those that covered the laity. Perhaps the most unusual pre-Carolingian collection was compiled in Ireland in circa 700 AD. Historians have named it the Collectio Hibernensis, Culm, Dom Bibliothek 210. Undoubtedly, Irish missionaries carried it with them to the continent during the 8th and 9th centuries, and it was copied extensively. More than 80 complete or excerpts of the work are still extant. Many of these date to the 8th and 9th centuries, and many show clear signs of their insular origins in the handwriting of the text. The author strove for a comprehensive catalogue of canonical norms, arranged topically, but he sacrificed accuracy and exactness in the process. Very often his texts were severely abbreviated and altered versions of the original. False attributions of sources were common. The short version of the collection contained references to almost 1,600 texts, with almost 646 taken from the patristic fathers. Because Greek was a language that was cultivated in Ireland at this time, it is not surprising that the compiler included Eastern fathers as well as Western fathers. This collection functioned as a collection of canonical norms and as a guide to priests. In an extensive section on theft, for example, not only did the compiler discuss the various types of theft, but also the punishments that priests should inflict on penitents for different types of theft. These parts of the collection were later incorporated into penitential handbooks designed to give guidance to priests in the confessional. Another unusual characteristic of the collection was the inclusion of canons from very local Irish synods. Up to this time, collections commonly contained the great ecumenical councils, other early Eastern councils, the African councils, and other Iberian and Frankish councils. Obscure local councils were not included. However, from the 9th to the 11th centuries, local synods were more and more frequently included in canonical collections. Canonical norms were taken from a wider and wider range of sources. So there were a collection from the Eastern Church Fathers, that is, from the Greek Byzantine Fathers of late antiquity, from the Eastern Mediterranean, sources and collections of canons from North Africa, from the African synods, and a lot more papal decretals and the inclusion of canons from Spain and from France, what is today Spain and France, as well as from local councils all across Western Latin Christendom that became the basis of Latin canon law. Greek canonical collections. About 50 years after the Greek, Dionysius worked in Rome, a priest from Antioch, John Scholasticus, gathered canonical texts into a new collection. John drew upon an earlier, now lost collection, the Collectio LX Titulorum. His principal sources were the established tradition of Greek conciliar canons from the early councils of Nicaea, Ancyrea, Gangara, to the later councils of Constantinople I and Chalcedon. This part of the collection was very similar to Dionysius's. John added texts, however, to his collection that were not yet accepted as canonical in the West. The writings of the Eastern Church Father St. Basil the Great. John divided 2 letters of St. Basil that were written in 374 to 375 into 68 chapters and arranged them systematically according to subject matter. He also included texts from secular law and continued to blur the distinction in Constantinople between the jurisdiction of secular and ecclesiastical rulers over the church. When Justinian had compiled his great codification, 530 to 535, he had included legislation governing church government and clerical discipline at the beginning of his codex. Further, after promulgating his Corpus Iuris Civilis, he produced extensive legislation that dealt with ecclesiastical matters in his Novolae. John Scholasticus canonized this material by including 87 excerpts from Justinian's Novellae in his collection. All of this material John placed under 50 titles that began with the honor due to the patriarch, Title 1, and ended with a title that dealt with the canon of prayers and the date of Easter, Title 50. John Scholasticus's synagogue of 50 titles occupies a position in the Eastern Church similar to that of Dionysius' exegesis collection in the West. It is the oldest and first important collection of canon law in the East. It was a private collection, but all later Greek canonical collections were based on it or used it as a source. Dionysius introduced papal letters as a source of canonical norms equal to conciliar canons. John established the writings of the Church Fathers, primarily the Eastern Church Fathers, has an authoritative sources in canonical collections. Later, the Third Council of Constantinople in Trullo of 681 decreed that the writings of Eastern Church Fathers had juridical authority equal to conciliar canons. Since John Scholasticus was the patriarch of Constantinople, his office gave his collection prestige, and authority in the Greek church. 300 years later, Saint Methodius translated John's synagogue in Slavonic. It then became the text upon which the Slavonic and Russian churches based their legal systems. In the West, compilers also began to include patristic writings into canonical collections during the 6th century. During the 9th century, Western collections began to include fragments of Roman law, but these texts mainly dealt with procedural law. Consequently, by 900 AD, all the sources for Eastern and Western canon law were the same to a greater or lesser extent, with a significant exception that papal letters were not recognized as authoritative in the East. The contentious issue of papal primacy clearly can be detected in the canonists' choices of sources in the Latin and Greek canonical collections of the early Middle Ages. The Latin and Frankish churches in the 9th century. In the very early years of his reign, Charles the Great, who reigned from 774 to 814, asked Pope Hadrian I to send a collection of canons to him in 774. Hadrian sent a much augmented Collectio Dionysiana, Collectio Dionysiana, that scholars have given the title Collectio Dionysiana / Hadriana, Köln, Dom Bibliothek 115 to 116. We cannot know exactly what Charles expected to receive from the Pope or what his purpose was. He clearly wanted a compilation that had papal approval. We can surmise that he wished to establish clear norms for the church based on Roman authority and precedence, as he tried to fashion a Frankish church for his kingdom over the next 40 years. Charles considered himself to be a reformer in the ecclesiastical and the secular realm. His reign was marked by extensive reworking, copying, and compilation of earlier canonical collections. He also issued chapters called capitularies. This legislation established norms for the secular and ecclesiastical worlds. The result, however, was far from a system of canon law or a code of canon law. The sources of canonical norms were still scattered and various. Both ecclesiastical and secular authorities promulgated norms for their churches. Although Charles the Great and his son Louis the Pious, who reigned from 814 to 840, were deeply involved in ecclesiastical matters, both legal and doctrinal, they had no concept of canonical norms being established by any central authority. As we have seen, the compilers of canonical collections had a very broad view of the authoritative sources of the norms that regulated Christian society. They did not look to the Pope, councils, synods, or kings for regular rulings on ecclesiastical matters. Churchmen had earlier collections as quarries for canonical norms. They expanded them and altered them without any notion that some authority within the church or the secular world should approve or legitimate their work. The work of these clerics took an extraordinary turn in the 9th century. In the second half of the century, the political stability of the Carolingian realm was breaking down. As Horst Fuhrmann has put it, it was a world awash with legal uncertainty. The church was struggling with its place in society, and the canonical norms created in the late antique Mediterranean world were not adequate for a northern European world that was fragmented, tribal, and local, disintegrating within and attacked from without. Carolingian governing structures and legal institutions were failing, and the invasions of the Scandinavians, Magyars, and Muslims, or Saracens, were putting pressure on all the borders of Christendom. Within this context, a group of clerics in northwestern France put together a number of canonical collections containing large amounts of forged materials. Historians have called these collections and their related texts the pseudo-Isidorian forgeries. Pseudo-Isidorian forgeries. They have been called pseudo-Isidorian because the most important collection of forgeries, a canonical collection of councils and papal decretals arranged chronologically in a format similar to the Collectio Dionysiana Hadriana, was often provided with a preface attributed to a certain Isidorus Mercator. Isidorus Mercator. It was assumed that the writer was Saint Isidore of Seville, who died in 636, the famous theologian from the Iberian Peninsula. Although this collection of decretals contained many forged papal letters, they were later universally accepted as genuine in the canonical tradition. Forged documents were not unusual in the early Middle Ages. A complex of forged texts was produced in the early 6th century as a result of a schism between Pope Symmachus and Laurentius in Rome. These Symmachician forgeries were based on putative papal documents, especially the Constitutum Silvestri, that purported to demonstrate that the Pope could be judged by no human authority. Although forgers did work in the late antique period, forgery was not as widespread as it became in the 8th and 9th centuries. The forgers of pseudo-Isidorian materials worked in the area around Reims in the Frankish realm. Although scholars have put forward a number of conjectures about whom the forgers might be, there has not been any consensus. The purpose of the forgers was to protect the rights of clerics, clerical property, and bishops from lay control and judicial authority. It had become common after the death of Charles the Great that bishops were deposed from their sees, and that secular judges were rendering sentences upon clerics in their courts. The forgers were particularly concerned to protect suffragan bishops from the jurisdiction of the metropolitans. The deposition of bishops became much more difficult under the rules of procedure found in the forgeries. Bishops could not be accused by laymen of any crime, and they could not be brought before a secular court. The forgers used papal power as a shield to protect the rights of bishops. A bishop could appeal to the Pope at any point in a judicial proceeding. Councils and synods could no longer hear complaints against bishops. These cases were considered causae maiores, maioris. This is the origin of the papal prerogative that only the Pope could judge cases of great importance in the Church. The canonists steadily expanded the list of causae maioris over the next centuries. There were four major collections produced by the forgers in the 9th century: the Pseudo-Isidorean Decretals, the capitulary collection of Benedictus Levita, the Capitula Angilramni, and the so-called Collectio Hispana Gallica Augustodunensis. The Carolingians used short statements of norms called capitula to promulgate legislative and administrative orders in their realms. These capitularies contained norms for the church and for the secular realm. The forgers took their materials from secular collections of laws as well as canonical collections to accomplish their goals. The Pseudo-Isidorean Decretals and the capitulary collection of Benedictus Levita drew on similar sources. The compilers of both had similar views on ecclesiastical governance. The capitulary collection of Benedictus Levita was finished circa 847 and was used by the authors of the Pseudo-Isidorean Decretals, which was finished in circa 852. One of the four major collections, only the Pseudo-Isidorean Decretals had influence on the development of canon law. Its influence is paradoxical. On the one hand, manuscript copies of the Decretals were found all over Europe. There is evidence that they were known in Rome by 863 to 864. Many Italian libraries contained copies of the work. Copies of the collection were found in all the major centers of Christendom, except England, where Pseudo-Isidore arrived only after the Norman conquest in 1066. On the other hand, the influence of Pseudo-Isidore on other canonical collections was very small until the 11th century. Although popes began to quote Pseudo-Isidorean Decretals from the time of Pope Nicholas I, who reigned from 858 to 867, the false decretals did not find a secure place in canonical collections until the 11th century. they would remain an uncontested part of canon law until the 16th century. We now understand that medieval men had a very different conception of falsification than we do today. They falsified charters that preserved customary unwritten rights that were that they falsified charters that preserved customary unwritten rights they were sure they possessed. They created legends about the origins of families and principalities. These granted legitimacy to political systems. They produced relics to honor a Christian heroic past. The pseudo-Isidorean forgers created documents to justify the structures and norms of a Frankish church. The paradox remains that the forgers' lasting contribution to canon law was the justification of papal power, authority, and monarchical government. Has the long list of forged papal decretals entered canonical collections, their presence provided convincing evidence that popes from earliest times confidently governed the church and issued authoritative rulings in a wide variety of cases. The first decretals in the collection were attributed to popes Clement I, who reigned from 91 to 101 AD, and Anacletus, who reigned from 79 to 91 AD. The list continued to Pope Melchiades, who reigned from 310 to 314. In all, there were 60 decretals from 30 popes. For later canonists, the existence of these letters was a powerful and convincing argument that the Bishop of Rome had been the primate of the church since apostolic times. The Greek church in the 9th century. The 9th century also marked an important stage in the development of Eastern canon law. In Constantinople, canon law began to merge with civil law in the 6th century. The first legal collections contain early ecclesiastical norms, canons, or secular norms, laws. In the late 6th and early 7th centuries, Byzantine canonists combined these two sources. These collections were named nomocanons, although the name did not become common until the 11th century. The most important Byzantine nomocanon are the nomocanon of 50 titles and the nomocanon of 14 titles. For these new collections, the canonist used John Scholasticos' synagogue of 50 titles, nomocanon of 50 titles, and another collection, the Syntagma of canons in 14 titles. Nomocanon of 14 titles has their main source of ecclesiastical norms. They also added imperial laws taken from Justinian's codification. The nomocanon of 50 titles was put together by an anonymous compiler in Antioch during the reign of Justin II, who reigned from 565 to 578, or of Maris, 582 to 602. The first version of the nomocanon of 14 titles was compiled in 612 to 629 and was formed by combining the syntagma of canons of 14 titles with the legislation of Justinian that touched upon the church. The work was probably produced in Constantinople, but the compiler is unknown, because Patriarch Photios wrote a prologue to a new recension of the collection circa 882 to 883. Historians had long assumed that Photius compiled it. The expanded collection with the endorsement of Photius became the most important collection of canon law in the Greek Church. It shaped the content and the structure of canon law in the Orthodox Church. Conciliar canons, the writings of the Church Fathers, and imperial legislation constituted the authoritative sources of canon law in the Greek Church. The Nomo-Canon of 14 titles was revised in the 11th century by Theodore Besdes and Theodore Balsamon, added a prologue and commentary to the collection in the 12th century. The Nomo-Canon is divided into titles and chapters. The titles contain canons and imperial laws. It was the most complete summary of regulations for the Byzantine Church. The Greek canonist wrote commentaries on it. The conciliar canons in the first part are basic texts of Greek Orthodox ecclesiastical law up to the present time. The Nomo-Canon of 14 titles was translated later into Slavic during the Patriarchate of Photios, and became an important source of law in that tradition. The contrast between the Eastern and Western churches is highlighted by their respective legal systems. In the East, imperial legislation, conciliar canons, and the Eastern Church Fathers formed the foundations of the legal system. In the West, papal decretals, some authentic, some forged, supplemented by ecumenical and local councils, governed ecclesiastical norms. The two churches were moving in different directions. Their two laws were becoming more and more isolated from each other. This became absolutely apparent by the 11th century. Now I will go to the Gregorian Reform movement. The 11th century and the reform of the Latin Church. After the Carolingian period, the next great wave of canonistic activity began at the beginning of the 11th century with the decretum of Bishop Burchard of Worms between 1008 or 1008 and 1012, and ended with the Italian and French collections that were influenced by principles of church reform that swirled through ecclesiastical and secular circles during the 11th century. The spirit of reform meant that churchmen searched the traditions of the Latin Church for texts that justified their views. These texts provided the auctorities necessary for the resolution of differing views on such major issues as simony, clerical concubinage, and lay interference in the church. As they struggled to justify their vision of the church, the reformers realized that the church needed a body of law that would be recognized throughout Christendom. They also realized that there should be a central authority that had the power to modify and to change law when needed. Ultimately, they recognized that the papacy should be the center of that reform. The canonical collections compiled between 1000 to 1100 are rich evidence of these developments. Certain areas in central and northern Italy, southern and central France, Normandy, the Rhineland, and England emerged as important centers of canonistic activity, but no one region, including Rome, dominated the production of texts. The 11th century collections remained private and lacked any official approval by the Pope or by anyone else. Canonical collections were used because they provided guidelines and norms, not because they had been sanctioned by some authority. Some collections circulated widely. The manuscripts of the major collections, like Bishop Burchard of Worms' Decretum, circa 1008 to 1023, the collection in 74 titles, circa 1050 to 1075. Bishop Ivo of Chartres' Panormia, circa 1091 to 1096, are scattered all over Europe. They demonstrate a wide reception that gave them canonical legitimacy. Other collections, like Bishop Anselm II of Lucca's Collectio Canonum and Lanfranc of Bec, Archbishop of Canterbury's canonical collection, generally referred to as the Collectio Lanfranci, had a more limited circulation in Italy and the British Isles, respectively. As their titles indicate, the major canonists of the age were bishops. Pastoral care and canon law merged during the 11th century. These 11th century collections share a number of common traits. They are all systematic collections arranged topically. The chronologically arranged collection was no longer attractive or useful to churchmen. The reformers recognized that to achieve their goals meant that they needed compilations of law that provided texts for their positions and that emphasized the role of the Pope in the governance of the church. Although historians have debated whether certain collections reflect a papal or an episcopal agenda for church government, or whether some collections were vehicles for and products for the reform movement, these questions are difficult to answer. The canonists collected a wide variety of texts from older collections. Most of the collections dealt with many aspects of ecclesiastical life. Some of them were obviously concerned with certain issues: papal authority, monastic discipline, clerical marriage, simony, and others. Most collections, however, reflect their author's search for general norms to govern ecclesiastical institutions and to enforce clerical discipline. To describe a collection as having a single purpose is probably off the mark. Two collections may be used to illustrate the importance and the characteristics of 11th century collections. The collection in 74 titles, whose medieval title was Divorsorum Patrum Sentiente, was produced between circa 1066 to 1074 by an anonymous compiler. Anselm of Lucca's Collectio Cananum was composed a little later, circa 1081 to 1086, during the tempestuous reform pontificate of Pope Gregory XII, reigned 1073 to 1085. His collection has sometimes been used as an exemplar of a reform collection of the Gregorian Revolution. Scholars have debated the purpose of the collection of 74 titles. Some scholars have described it as a Gregorian collection, a product of the first years of Gregory XII's pontificate. They believe that the collection was designed to enhance the papal primacy. Indeed, the collection begins with the title De Primatu Romanae Ecclesiae, and contains 20 papal decretals, in which 80, chapters 2 through 9, are forgeries taken from Isidor's collection that extolled papal authority. Other scholars have concluded that since 74 titles relied on Pseudo-Isidorean decretals, and since circa 90 chapters from Pseudo-Isidore concerned the prosecution of the clergy, the focus of the collection is clerical rights in the courts. Accordingly, they view the purpose of 74 titles as extending the accusatorial norms of Pseudo-Isidore that were limited to bishops to all clerics. Both positions highlight important elements that were found in the canons of 74 titles. The collection begins with a title devoted to papal authority. Before the 11th century, no collection focused on papal power so precisely and prominently. The collection also contains canons that protect the procedural rights of all clerics. Titles 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14. Typical of 11th century collections, it deals with unworthy or seminonical clerics. Titles 15 to 21. The author of 74 titles clearly wanted to establish strong papal authority, the independence of the church, and guidelines for a reformed clergy. Although the compilers of 11th century collections gathered their materials from a wide variety of sources, they did not privilege contemporary papal letters. 74 titles, for example, does not include one letter from a contemporary pope. For reasons that we do not fully understand, 11th century canonists established the textual foundations of papal authority and the universality of papal jurisdiction, but did not draw upon the decretals of contemporary popes. Anselm of Lucca began his collection with a title on the authority of the Roman Church. Anselm, more than the compiler of the 74 titles, explicitly focused on papal power. The first title, De Potestate et Primatu Apostolicae Sedis, is the only title of the first book of the collection, 12 books in all, and contains a remarkable 89 chapters. As with 74 titles, Anselm borrowed liberally from the forged decretals that he found in Pseudo-Isidora. Pseudo-Isidora flourished in the collections of the period. Of the 1,149 chapters in Anselm's collection, some 260 came from Pseudo-Isidore. Anselm of Lucca's collection, more than any other, introduced Pseudo-Isidora to canon law. Anselm's collection assembled a rich collection of texts that supported reform of the clergy and of the church. Book 4 dealt with ecclesiastical privileges, Book 5 with tithes, monks and monasteries, and ecclesiastical property, and Book 7 with the clerical orders and purpose of 74 titles. Anselm, clerical orders, and Book 7 with the clerical orders and discipline. The final two books, 11 and 12, treated excommunication and the doctrine of just punishment. Although scholars might debate the purpose of 74 titles, Anselm indisputably wished to advance the goals of Pope Gregory XII and other reformers of the age. Yet if we look at Anselm's canonical sources, we find a startling statistic. Only 10 of his canons are taken from 11th century sources. Of these 10 canons, Anselm took 5 from Gregory XII's legislation. But here too we have a puzzle. One was a decretal letter, and the others from conciliar canons from Roman councils over which Gregory had presided. We could conclude that Anselm preferred the collective judgments of the Pope in council to the decretal letters of the papal curia. If we look at later canonical collections of the late 11th and early 12th centuries, we find the same pattern. The canonist gathered few texts from contemporary popes or councils. The 11th century canonists emphasized papal judicial and legislative primacy as it had never before in the canonical tradition. They created a new Petrine ecclesiology. Yet by and large, their canonical collections reflect a fiction that began with the Pseudo-Isidorean decretals. The canonists could conclude that the eius antiquum of the church provided more than enough evidence that popes had achieved judicial and doctrinal primacy in the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. The men of the age fervently believed that old law was good law. The compilers of the canonical collections endorsed this maxim. They did not have to turn to the contemporary papal legislation to establish the law, to establish the new ecclesiastical order. A small number of papal decretals did find their way into the canon law collections of the 11th century, and they justified key elements of the Reformers' program. Gregory XII's justification of his deposition of Henry IV and his legislation in the Roman Council of 1080 that condemned the investiture of clerics by laymen, but these two examples were the exception. The tacit conclusion that could be drawn from a careful study of the sources of the 11th century canonical collections was that the papacy did not make new law except out of necessity or utility. The final paradox is that the canonical collections of the Reform period prepared the way for a revolution in the sources of canon law that took place in the 12th and 13th centuries. As we will see, by the middle of the 13th century, papal decretals will push aside the rich and variegated sources of the first millennium of canon law and take their place as the primary source, if not the exclusive, of canonical norms. So there is a lot of forgeries that are taking place. There are a lot of forgeries from Pseudo Isidore. Drunken Surfer says, "What are we reading tonight? War Hammer ? A lot. Basically, the history of the compilations and beginning of Western jurisprudence and judicial and corporal laws, which evolved out of the Carolingian canon and secular or royal laws, and into the feudal system." Third for the second says, "Hello, sir." Hello, 3-4. How are you doing? I missed your stream last night. Apologize for that. Third for the second says, "Fake forge." Yes, there's a lot of forgeries and false decretals. But this is going to go into the Protestant. This is going to go into the early Protestant system as well. The 12th and 13th centuries, Gratian, and Bologna. Before the 12th century, canon law existed as a body of norms embedded in the sources. The collections of canon law included conciliar canons, papal decretals, the writings of the church fathers, and to a more limited extent, Roman and secular law. These collections did not contain any jurisprudence because they existed in a world without jurists. There were no jurists to interpret the texts, to place a text into the context of other norms of canon law, and to point out conflicts in the texts written at various times. Jurists arrived in the early 12th century. They began working and teaching in the city of Bologna in north-central Italy. The first on the scene were the teachers of Roman law, Pappo and Ornerius, and they were succeeded by a cadre of teachers, who raised the city to unprecedented intellectual heights. Emperor Frederick Barbarossa visited Bologna in 1155 and promulgated the Authentica Habita, with which the emperor took the masters and students at Bologna under imperial protection. He ordered that his decree be placed in Justinian's Codex, a collection of Roman imperial constitutions. The emperor recognized the teachers and students of a flourishing law school. He also understood the importance of the school for his realm, the Authentica Habita, more than any other single piece of evidence, calls into question recent suggestions that the teaching of Roman law at Bologna began only in the 1130s. It is difficult to imagine that the emperor would have been concerned to protect a studio still in its infancy and to issue important legislation for it, or conversely, that in 20 years the studio would have reached maturity. For the development of canon law, Gratian of Bologna was the most significant canonist of the 12th century. Until recently, the only secure fact that we know about Gratian was that he compiled a collection of canons entitled the Concordia Discordantium Canonum, later called the Decretum. Very quickly, it became the most important canonical collection of the 12th century, and later became the foundation stone of the entire canonical tradition. It was not replaced as a handbook of canon law until the Codex Aiureus Canonici of 1917 was promulgated. Since the work of Anders Winrith in 1996, we have learned much more about Gratian. Winrith discovered 4 manuscripts of Gratian's collection that predated the Vulgate text of the Decretum. Since then, another manuscript of this early recension has been discovered in the monastic library of St. Gall, Switzerland. Although all 5 manuscripts must be studied in detail before we fully understand their significance, some conclusions can already be made. The first recension of Gratian's work was much shorter than the last recension. The differences between the recensions mean that Gratian must have been teaching at Bologna for a significant amount of time before he produced his first recension, and that there was a significant period of time between the first and second recensions. Some evidence points to Gratian's having begun his teaching in the early 12th century. Other evidence points to the 1130s or perhaps the 1140s. In any case, Gratian's second recension of his work was finished in the late 1130s or early 1140s, and immediately replaced all earlier collections of canon law. Gratian became the father of canon law because his collection was encyclopedic and because he provided a superb tool for teaching. His Decretum was a comprehensive survey of the entire tradition of canon law. Gratian drew upon the canonical sources that had become standard in the canonical tradition and assembled a rich array of canons, about 4,000 in all. His sources were 4 major 11th and early 12th century canonical collections that circulated in Italy. Anselm of Lucca's Collectio Canonum and Ivo of Chartres Chartreus's Panormia were two of these four collections. He included genuine and forged papal decretals, local and ecumenical conciliar canons, a rich collection of the writings of the Church Fathers, more than any other earlier canonical collection, 1,200 chapters in all, Roman and law, and many citations taken from the Old and New Testament. Gratian introduced jurisprudence into canonical thought. His first innovation was to insert his voice into his collection to mingle with those of the Fathers of Nicaea, St. Augustine, and the popes of the first millennium. He did this with dicta, in which he discussed the texts in his collection. He pointed to conflicts within the texts and proposed solutions. His dicta made the decretum ideal for teaching, and the decretum became the basic text of canon law used in the law schools of Europe for the next 5 centuries. In addition to the novelty of his dicta, Gratian created a collection of canon law that was organized differently than any earlier collection. At the core of his collection, he constructed 36 cases, caesea. In each case, he formulated a problem with a series of questions. He then would answer each question by providing the texts of canons that pertained to it. Then, when the text of the canon did not answer the question without interpretation, or when two canons seemed in conflict, Gratian provided a solution in his dicta. Gratian's hypothetical cases were effective teaching tools that were ideally suited for the classroom. Perhaps the most important parts of his work for the beginnings of European jurisprudence were the first 20 distinctions of the 101 distinctions of the first section. In these 20 distinctions, he treated the nature of law in all its complexity. Justinian's codification of Roman law that was being taught in Bologna at the time Gratian was working on his decretum defined the different types of law, but did not create a hierarchy of laws, and did not discuss the relationship between the different types of law. Gratian did that in his first 20 distinctions. These 20 distinctions stimulated later canonists to reflect upon law and its sources. Gratian began his decretum with the sentence, "The human race is ruled by two things, namely natural law and usages. Human genus deobus regitur naturali videlicet eiure et moribus. The canonists grappled with the concept of natural law and with its place in jurisprudence for centuries. Their struggle resulted in an extraordinary rich jurisprudence on natural law and reflections on its relationship to canon and secular law. A very distinguished historian has written, Gratian's decretum was essentially a theological and political document, preparing the way, and intended to prepare the way, for the practical asserting of the supreme authority of the papacy as lawgiver of Christendom. This sentence might describe the purpose of Anselm of Lucca, and other canonists of the Reform period, but not Gratian's plan for his work, if Gratian's goal for the Decretum were to be limited to one idea, a dubious idea at that, it would be that he wanted to describe the relationship of law to all human beings. Gratian's purpose is clearly revealed in the first distinctions in which he analyzed the different types of law, just as Anselm of Lucca's purpose is revealed at the beginning of his collection. After he discussed law in the first 20 distinctions, Gratian then turned to issues of ecclesiastical government and discipline. For example, distinctions 31 to 36 treat the morals of the clergy, 60 to 63 ecclesiastical elections, 64 and 65 episcopal ordination, 77 and 78 the age of ordination, 95 and 96 secular and ecclesiastical authority. In the Chiasse, Gratian discussed the problem of simony, Chiassa 1. In Chiassea 2 to 7, he treated procedural matters, 16 to 20 monks, 23 war, 27 to 36 marriage. One important part of the Decretum was added later. At the end of the book, the long tract on sacraments, De Consecratione, was added later. Gratian's teaching and his Decretum established canon law as a partner to Roman law, first in Bologna, and then all over Europe. He prepared the way for canonical jurisprudence. All right, and then there is in the East Theodore Balsamon, the Greek Gratian. Theodore Balsamon was the first important canonist in Constantinople during the 12th century. He was born in the early decades of the century and died sometime after 1195. Unlike Gratian, who probably never held an important ecclesiastical office, Theodore Balsamon joined the ranks of the clergy quite early and was a high-ranking member of the ruling elite in Constantinople. He was ordained a deacon of Hagia Sophia, the most important church in Constantinople. Afterwards, he assumed the positions of Nomophylex and Chartophylex, as well as that of Protos of the church. A Nomophylex meant guardian of the law and was a prestigious post at the imperial court. He was the president of the School of Law and was given senatorial rank. In the 1170s, the Emperor Manuel I and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael, commissioned him to revise the Nomocanon in 14 titles. Balsamon carried out this task and also wrote a commentary on the Nomocanon. The work has given him a reputation and a position in Greek Orthodox canon law similar to Gratian in Western canon law. But there the similarity ends. The emperor commissioned Balsamon to revise canon law. Gratian worked well outside the circles of secular and ecclesiastical power. Balsamon revised an earlier work that had become the authoritative book of canon law in the East. Gratian fashioned a collection of canon law that was different from any prior collection. Balsamon continued the Byzantine tradition of melding secular law with canon law. He compared all the imperial law in the Nomocanon with those in the Basilica, a collection of imperial laws from the late 9th or early 10th century. Those secular laws in the Nomocanon that were not in the Basilica were considered abrogated. For the ecclesiastical canons in the collection, Balsamon explained their place in the canonical tradition when he discussed them in his commentary. He noted any that had been abrogated or derogated by subsequent legislation. As we have seen, Gratian used Roman law, but took almost all his texts from earlier canonical traditions. It was Roman law that had been canonized. There had been a practical reason that the emperor and patriarch asked Balsamon to work on the Nomocanon. The metropolitan of Amasya had not filled the vacant see of Amisos. Patriarch Michael appointed a new bishop and argued that he had the authority to make the appointment because of the novilla of Justinian. The metropolitan appealed to the emperor, who declared the patriarchal decision invalid. Manuel noted that the novilla was not in the basilica and therefore not valid law. Because of this case, Balsamon was ordered to study other imperial legislation in the Nomocanon of 14 titles. Balsamon continued to work on his commentary on the Nomocanon for a long time, possibly until he died. He took later imperial and ecclesiastical legislation into account. The last novilla that he mentioned was issued by Isaac II after April 1193. A comparison of Gratian's and Balsamon's ecclesiology is revealing. Gratian described a church that was centered in Rome and that had jurisdictional independence from secular rulers. Although he did not emphasize papal authority to the same degree that the 11th century canonical collections had, he included all the fundamental papal decretals from Pseudo-Isidore, as well as genuine papal decretals that established papal jurisdictional primacy. In contrast, Balsamon's church was not independent. The emperor had the authority to establish, derogate, and abrogate canonical norms. Balsamon insisted that the emperor should exercise this power with caution and only in exceptional cases. He did not, however, grant the emperor authority in dogmatic questions. Balsamon's significance was central in the Byzantine canonical tradition. During both the late Byzantine as well as post-Byzantine periods, canonists cited and used excerpts from his commentary. He also influenced Slavic canonical literature. His works were translated or were transmitted by canonists like Matthew Blastaris, who was influenced by him. Canon law in the West after Gratian, the age of the Decretists. So this is probably the golden age or the high point of the papacy. After the reform movements in the 11th and 12th centuries, the 1100s and the 1200s is basically a golden age for the papacy. Canon law in the West after Gratian, the age of the Decretist. Although it was not a highly polished text, Gratian's Decretum quickly became the standard textbook of medieval canon law in the Italian and Transmontane schools. Its flaws were minor. Gratian left repetitions and seams in his text that betrayed its long period of gestation. The revisions of his work sometimes introduced confusion and ambiguity, but the canonists were only rarely dismissed by his conclusions, comments, or organization. In the formative age of canon law, that age following Gratian, when the study of canon law became a discipline in the schools in Italy, southern France, and Spain, the jurists began to fashion the first tools to construct a legal system that met the needs of 12th century society. Gratian's Decretum surveyed the entire terrain of canon law, but was only an introduction to the law of the past. Although it provided a starting point for providing solutions, it did not answer many contemporary problems directly. The three most pressing areas in which the jurist used the new jurisprudence to transform or to define institutions were procedure, marriage law, and the structure of ecclesiastical government. In the first half century after Gratian, the jurist concentrated on these problems, and their teachings and writings vividly reflect these concerns. The disciples and successors of Gratian at Bologna, and elsewhere continued his work of bringing order to the new discipline of canon law in two ways. Almost immediately they began to write summae and glosses on the Decretum, and within several decades the work of the jurists evolved into standard apparatus, which, along with the Decretum, formed the foundation of the teaching of canon law. At the same time, they experimented. They modified Gratian's text and, to a lesser degree, reorganized it. Scholars call these jurists Decretist because Gratian's Decretum was the center of their universe. The textual changes that the Decretists made took three forms. They added additional chapters of canon law and excerpts of Roman law to the Decretum. They called these new texts Palea, to make Gratian's book more accessible to a wider audience. They composed abbreviations of the entire book and rarely reorganized Gratian's material so completely that the result was a new work. For the most part, this work was done by anonymous jurists. The earliest changes may have been the addition of chapters to Gratian. They were inserted into the text itself or added to the margins. Although the canonists of the 12th century called them Palea, they did not know from whence the term came. Hugosio conjectured that the word meant chaff added to the good grain. Other authors thought that the term was derived from the name of Pyocapalia, one of the first commentators on the Decretum. He, they surmised, had been responsible for the Palia added to Gratian's text. The canonist also produced many abbreviations of Gratian's text, some of them having been produced shortly after Gratian finished his work. In France, for example, the first sign that Gratian had been received was an abbreviation of the text, Quonium Egestis, written circa 1150. The importance of such abbreviations was not limited to those who had no or little legal training. There were 7 manuscripts of Quonium Egestis, and 4 of them are glossed. The glosses are evidence that professional jurists also used abbreviations in their work. The abbreviators sometimes shortened the texts rather mechanically, but did at times added their own dicta that supplemented or replaced Gratians. These abbreviations were for the most part composed in the 12th century, and the Genere almost disappears by the beginning of the 13th. Some of the abbreviations were the work of local jurists and were probably meant to serve the needs of local bishops. In spite of its slightly cumbersome organization and large compass, Gratian's Decretum became the centerpiece of canonical jurisprudence, and Bologna became the most important center for the study of that law in the second half of the 12th century. The city was perfectly suited to foster the new discipline. Roman law was already a flourishing discipline there. No matter what Gratian's attitude or knowledge of Roman law was, by the end of the 12th century, no canonist could practice his trade without a thorough mastery of Justinian's codification. At a very early stage, the emperors and popes recognized the importance of Bologna, and the new disciplines. We have seen that Frederick Barbarossa issued an imperial privilege to the students of Bologna in 1155. Pope Alexander III took the precaution of announcing his election to the bishop, canons, doctors, and masters of Bologna in 1159. Later, Pope Lucius III granted the students of Bologna papal protection against rapacious landlords in 1176 to 1177. The school of law at Bologna was vigorously engaged in teaching and training jurists, and the empire and the papacy slowly began to understand the significance of jurists' work for the governance of their institutions. The papal and imperial privileges are convincing evidence that they and their courts grasped the importance of these new institutions. Many reasons compelled the papacy to take notice of the law school at Bologna. The church had become much more juridical during the course of the 12th century. Saint Bernard's famous lament in his letter to Pope Eugenius III, 1153, that the papal palace is filled with those who speak of the law of Justinian, confirms what we can also detect in papal decretal letters. The new jurisprudence influenced the Arenegia, Arenegia, and the doctrine of decretals. Canonists undoubtedly drafted these letters in the Curia. The rush to bring legal disputes to Rome became headlong in the second half of the 12th century. Litigants pressed the capacity of the Curia to handle their numbers. Popes delegated many cases to judges delegate, but the Curia were still overburdened. Procedure presented problems in need of authoritative solutions. As ecclesiastical courts began to render judgments on the basis of written and oral evidence, judges, litigants, and jurists began to worry about correct judicial procedure. The first notice we have that the papal Curia asked for guidance from the law school at Bologna was circa 1140, when Amaric, the papal chancellor, asked Bulgarus to compose a short treatise on procedure. Bulgarus's tract has been preserved in several versions and had a rather wide circulation. By the 1170s, the papal chancery was organized and staffed by canonists. A canonist, Albert of Mora, later Pope Gregory XIII, was appointed chancellor by Pope Alexander III. The church became a church of law. The legal system extended from the papal Curia to local courts. Lawyers began to play a visible role in the administration of justice. From the 12th century on, distinguished jurists were often rewarded with high ecclesiastical offices. Of the 12th century canonists, Omnibonus of Verona, Sacardus of Cremona, Stephan of Tournai, Johannes Faventinus of Fienza, Uguccio of Ferrara, and Bernardus Papinius of Faenza, then Pavia, became bishops. This pattern was not unique to Italy. Canonists were also rewarded high episcopal appointments in the Iberian Peninsula, France, and England during this period. Saint Bernard was not the only churchman who had misgivings about these developments within the church. Local bishops resented the growing centralization of the church and objected to their loss of prerogatives to the papacy. Litigants were quick to seize the advantages the distant courts and faraway judges presented. They used the appeal as an instrument to delay or even fraud. In the late 12th century, Popes Clement III and Celestine III countered these widespread abuses by attempting to restrict appeals to Rome. But by this time, the system was too entrenched. Papal justice may have been imperfect, but its success was due to litigants who voted for it with their feet. The heavier the burden on the papal Curia, the quicker the Curia expanded to meet the need. Pope Innocent III remarked that there was always an abundance of lawyers in Rome, and his statement reflects the practical side of Bologna's relationship to the papacy. The papal curia provided the forum. Bologna sent her jurist there. Although papal decretal letters surpass the decretum as the basic texts for the study and practice of canon law by the beginning of the 13th century, Gratian's Concordia reigned without significant rivals from circa 1140 to 1190. The jurists at Bologna and elsewhere produced commentaries on the decretum, and the jurists made it the central text of their teaching. The earliest works on the decretum fall into two types, apparatus and summa. The canonistic summa often synthesized and paid attention to detail at the same time. To a certain extent, one may distinguish these two literary types by examining the way in which a work was transmitted. Apparatus was most often, but not always, written in the margins of the manuscripts of the law books, while summae were most frequently written separately from the book on which they commented. 12th century decretum manuscripts contain an infinite variety of marginal glosses that are an admixture of coalescing apparatus and individual glosses. In many respects, these glosses to the decretum can be considered the most important accomplishment of the Bolognese jurists in the 12th and early 13th centuries. Bologna became the center of the world of canonical jurisprudence in the second half of the 12th century, but canon law was taught at many transmontane centers, primarily at Paris, but also at Tours, Reims, Oxford, and other smaller cities. Neither the documentary nor the literary sources provide enough information with which we may write the history of a particular school. We can distinguish between cismontane and transmontane works, but we can rarely attribute an anonymous summa produced north of the Alps to a particular center with any certainty. At Bologna, however, we are on much firmer ground. We know the names of jurists who taught there and can catalogue their works. But even at Bologna, we have very little biographical information with which to flesh out their careers. In contrast to the anecdotes that circulated about the Roman law jurist, the canonists do not seem to have participated in public forums which would have given rise to anecdotal tales, true or false. Pacapalia was one of Gratian's first successors at Bologna and taught in his shadow. Unreliable testimony of some jurists credited him with introducing the distinctions in the first and third parts of the decretum, and with adding a palia to Gratian's text. Almost nothing is known of his relationship to Gratian, or of his public career. The only certainty is that he wrote the oldest commentary on Gratian's decretum, probably sometime between 1144 and 1150. Paicapalia's Summa is an impressive work. One would not expect the first commentary on Gratian to dazzle with great sophistication. The two most important teachers of the 1150s in Bologna were Rolandus and Rufinus. The earliest notice of a Magister Rolandus in Bologna is dated 1154. Ronandus wrote many recensions of his Summa Summae on the Decretum. Rolandus wrote many recensions of his Soma on the Decretum. The earliest was finished circa 1150, the other in the next decade. Rolandus composed his Sententiae Sentante after the third recension of his Summae, circa 1155. Rolandus focused on the law of marriage in his work. It was a topic of intense interest and importance for the jurist in the second half of the 12th century. Although Rolandus had attracted more attention from modern historians because they had erroneously identified him with Pope Alexander III, Rufinus was the major figure at Bologna in the 1150s. We know almost nothing about him, but finished his Summae on the Decretum sometime around 1164. At the end of Rufinus's Summae, an anonymous scribe dubbed him the first elegant commentator or interpreter of that golden book, the Decretum. Modern historians have concurred. His personality was forceful, education broad, and opinions mordant. The length and the detail of his Summae surpassed all his predecessors. Almost immediately, it became the most influential commentary on Gratian in Bologna. After Rufinus, a number of canonists wrote important commentaries on the Decretum. Stephen of Tarentum, circa 1166 to 1170, developed several ideas in the prologue to his Summa that reflect developments in the evolution of canonistic jurisprudence since Gratian. He introduced his Summae with an invitation to the jurist and a theologian to share a meal, one that both could partake. And he continued, just as they had two different approaches to law, the world was governed by dualities. There are two people in God's world, clerics and laymen, two principatus, two principatus, the sacerdotium, and the regnum, the two orders of jurisdiction, divine law and human law. The reformers of the 11th century had fought for Stephen's vision. Now it was commonplace. Sometime after 1171, Johannes Faventinus wrote a Summa that borrowed much from Rufinus and Stephen of Tarentum. Although large portions of the work are derivative and were copied word for word over from the sources, it enjoyed great popularity, as is evident by the wide dispersal of the surviving manuscripts. One of the last canonists whom we may place in the first generation after Gratian was Simon of Bizignano. By his time, the character of canonistic commentaries was changing. The outpouring of papal decretals and the systematic application of Roman law to canonical jurisprudence was well underway. Simon's works reflected both trends, and he cited papal decretals and Roman law fairly frequently. His practice foreshadowed the future. Ugusio was, after Gratian, the most important canonist of the 12th century. He wrote the most extensive, most widely quoted, and most influential commentary on Gratian's Decretum in the history of canon law. He worked at the end of the 12th century, circa 1190, taught at Bologna, and later, like so many canonists, became the bishop of Ferrara, the bishop of Farira. His commentary on Gratian was detailed, lucid, and comprehensive. Later jurists cited his ideas, incorporated his opinions in their works, and reacted to his positions. After Ugicio, with a few later exceptions, see Johannes's Teutonicus's ordinary gloss to the Decretum, circa 1215, commentaries on the Decretum ceased. The age of the papal decretals. The main reason for Ugicio's commentary marked the end of an age was the transformation of canon law from a discipline based on the explication of Gratian's Decretum to a legal system based on papal decretals. Bernard of Pavia, also known as Bernardus Balbi, inaugurated the age of the decretalists. These jurists who concentrated on papal decretals in their teaching and writing, he had glossed Gratian's Decretum during the 1170s, beginning his career at Bologna in the age of the Decretist. Like his teacher Ugicio, Bernard followed a cursus honorum that became a common pattern for jurists in the 13th century. He studied and taught at Bologna, became provost of Pavia in 1187, bishop of Faenza in 1191, where he succeeded Johannes Faventinus to the episcopal seat. And then in 1198 he became bishop of Pavia. As a canonist, Bernard's importance was that he gave form and organizational principles to the study and teaching of papal decretals that remained standard in the schools for the rest of the Middle Ages. He compiled a collection of decretals and other texts that Gratian had excluded, and called it a Breviarium Extravagantium. Every later collection of papal decretals adopted Bernard's organizational pattern. After the compilation of Compilationis Secunda and Tertia, after circa 1210, Bernard's Breviarium was cited as Compilatio Prima by the canonists. Bernard's Breviarium was a breakthrough for canonistic scholarship. Papal decretals had begun to occupy an ever more important position in canon law since the 1160s, but the canonists had not yet devised a way to deal with them. Small, unsystematic collections were first compiled, and often attached as appendixes to Gratian's Decretum. Gradually, larger collections were made, but since they were usually not arranged systematically, they were difficult to use, consult, and impossible to teach. Bernard compiled his Breviarium between 1189 and 1190, while he was provost of Pavia. The new collection took the school at Bologna by storm. Although, like Gratian's Decretum, it was a private collection, the canonists immediately used it in their classes and wrote glosses on it. Bernard's Breviarium served as an introduction and has a blueprint for a new system of canon law. In his prologue to the collection, Bernard wrote that he had compiled decretals extravagantes from both new law and old law and organized them under titles. Bernard was modest. He revolutionized the study of the eius novum. Earlier collections had been arranged according to titles, but none as systematically as Bernard's. Roman law once again provided the canonists with a model. If we compare the titles of Bernard's collection in books 1 and 2 with Roman law collections, we can see the clear influence of the structure of Justinian's codification. The following list of titles from books 1 and 2 illustrates Bernardus's adoption of Justinian's titles and organization from the Digest and the Codex. And so these are them. With the structure of his collection, Bernard underlined the interdependence of Roman and canon law in the late 12th century and reminded students of canon law that Roman law was essential for their studies. Bernard did not imitate Digest by dividing his collection into a large number of books. He divided the compilation into 5 books, each with a general subject. Later canonists used the mnemonic verse, Eudix, Eudicum, Clerus, Conubia, Cramen, judge, court, clergy, marriage, and crime, to remember the contents of each book. Bernard's division into 5 books was used by almost every later collection. Bernard collected more than recent papal legislation. When he wrote that he had compiled a collection of extravagantes, he meant all materials that circulated independently of Gratian. He included many canons from ancient councils and synods, a large number of letters of Pope Gregory I, and many letters of pre-Gratian popes. The bulk of his collection, however, consisted of the decretals of Pope Alexander III, 1159 to 1181. Alexander's legislation had exercised an enormous influence on canon law, and the canonists had recognized his importance. Bernard included 3 texts of Pope Gregory XIII, 1187, and 3 of Pope Clement III, 1187 to 1191. These decretals, together with the fact that Bernard called himself a provost of Pavia, he held that post until 1191, when he became bishop of Faenza, established the dates between which Bernard must have put the finishing touches on his collection. The jurist immediately began to teach Bernard's Breviarium at Bologna, and produced a number of commentaries on it. In Northern Europe, they also tinkered with his text by adding decretals to it. Their innovations were not new. Canonists had added material to established collections for centuries. The Pseudo-Isidorian Decretals, Burchard of Worms, and Ivo of Chartez's Panormia. The collection in 74 titles, and Gratian's Decretum, had all undergone minor changes in their texts introduced by anonymous jurists. These collections were collections vivantes, and their texts reflected their use. In Bologna, by the end of the 12th century, perhaps because the jurists' commentaries on the collection froze them in the form in which they were received, this practice of cheerfully altering canonical text diminished, but did not completely disappear. In Northern Europe, the practice continued well into the 13th century. In 1209 to 1210, Pope Innocent III, reigned 1198 to 1216, authenticated Petrus Benaventanus's collection of his own decretals. This action marked the first time that a pope had endorsed a private canonical collection. The canonists quickly adopted the text in the schools and called it Compilatio Tartia. The papal imprimatur helped to assure its success. A short time later, Johannes Galensis, John of Wales, compiled Compilatio Secunda, and although unaided by papal approval, his collection became a received text in the law schools. Their success was probably due to much of their timing as to their editorial skills. The schools and the courts needed certainty. Papal decretals were now providing that certainty. The school of Bologna reached a high point in its history from circa 1210 to 1225. It almost swept away all competitors. It almost swept away all competitors. The canonists of the North almost ceased writing commentaries, and the indications of their activities are scant. They no longer wrote on Gratian. They did not comment on the new compilations of papal decretals. The Bolognese canonist glossed the two new compilations of papal decretals, as well as Bernard's Breviarium. Their world was self-contained, and their horizons were limited. They referred to their own works and the works of others who taught at Bologna. A new group of canonists who had been students during the first decade of the 13th century reached intellectual maturity, and after 1212 produced a remarkable body of work. They witnessed a significant transformation of canon law. In their student days, most had studied Roman law intensively, and almost all sat at the feet of the greatest Romanist of the time, Azo. The Romanization of canon law had been underway for almost 50 years, but they applied Justinian's doctrines more completely and comprehensively than earlier generations. They continued to gloss and teach Gratian's decretum and papal decretal legislation in the Compilationes Antiquiae. compilations antiquae. At the first, second, and third compilations, has the first, second, and third compilations were called. The great and the not so great threw themselves into writing apparatus on these collections. The great were Laurentius, Hispanus, Vincentius Hispanus, Johannes Teutonicus, Tancred of Lombardy, and Raymond de Panafort. The not so great were Albertus, Johannes Galensis, Damansis Ongarus, Jacobus de Albenga, and Zoen. Many lesser figures are also known from very fragmentary sources, and scattered glosses in the margins of manuscripts. Johannes Garceus Hispanus, Martinus Zamorensis, Philip of Aquilegia, Marciodus, Petrus, Hispanus, Portugalensis, and Ambrosius. Petrus Beneventanus's Compilatio Tiartia sparked intense interest among the canonists, and all the major figures in Bologna wrote apparatuses on it. Johannes Galensius had composed individual glosses on Compilationis Secunda, his own collection, but did not write an entire apparatus. We know his glosses to the Secunda primarily from their inclusion into the ordinary gloss of Tancred. He was one of the earliest canonists, however, to gloss Compilatio Tartia, and his apparatus on the Tartia is preserved in 2 manuscripts. Laurentius Hispanus wrote one of the first apparatus on Compilatio Tertia, and his work is characterized by subtlety, wit, and insight. A small example of this can be seen from the opening gloss of his apparatus to Compilatio Tertia, quoting Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 12, verse 5. Pope Innocent III had written in the Arenaga of the Decretal that we are one body with Christ, and each person shares the limbs of another, a platitude, settings, or of seeing Laurentius noted dryly, I cannot perceive how one may be the limb of another. Laurentius had a gift of placing old problems in new settings, or seeing a paradox of the proverbial, perhaps probed by the outpouring of judicial decisions and decretal legislation from Rome. He broke sharply with the traditional definitions of legislative power that the jurists held when he described the prince's authority to change law. In a gloss to Innocent III's decretal, Quanto Personam, Laurentius adopted a truly revolutionary idea. The prince may make iniquitous law, for the prince's will is held to be reason. Germanic and earlier learned conceptions of law confused the concept of law, that law must be just and reasonable, with the source of the law, the will of the prince. Before Laurentius, the jurists had accepted the idea that a law could not be valid unless it embodied reason. By separating the prince's will from reason, Laurentius located the source of legislative authority in the will of the prince, and laid the intellectual groundwork for a new conception of authority, in which the prince or the state might exercise power unreasonably, but legally. He can be said to have begun the voluntarist tradition in political thought. Johannes Teutonicus wrote commentaries on the Decretum and on Compilatio Tertia, a short time after the end of the Fourth Lateran Council, 1215. He compiled a new collection of Innocent's decretals, into which he incorporated the Fourth Lateran conciliar canons. Surprisingly, Innocent refused to authenticate the collection, but undaunted, Johannes provided his collection with the apparatus. Slowly, in spite of the Pope's disapproval, Compilatio Cariorta, Compilatio Cariorta was accepted by the schools. Quartia was accepted by the schools. This was a significant sign that canon law was not yet under the control of Rome. This would change during the course of the 13th century. After 1217, the studio in Bologna was dominated by one figure, Tancred of Lombardy, often referred to as Tancred of Bologna. He studied at Bologna, heard the lectures of Azzo on Roman law, and sat at the feet of his master Laurentius on canon, Laurentius in canon law. He became a canon and then in 1226 archdeacon of the cathedral chapter of Bologna. Pope Honorius III selected him to compile a collection of his decretals sometime before 1226. By this time, Tancred's stature was so great and his rivals so few that it is difficult to imagine whom Honorius might have chosen other than the archdeacon. Honorius chose Tancred, and by doing so, he also set a precedent. Canonical collections would no longer be the products of initiatives of private jurists, but only a few exceptions, canonical collections would no longer be the products of initiatives of private jurists. With only a few exceptions, popes began to order collections of their decretals. With Compilatio Quiescita, the papacy took control of its law. For the next century, decretal collections were official compilations, ordered by the papacy and sent to the law schools. The age of the private decretal collection had passed. The last major figure in the period before 1234 was the Catalan Dominican Raymond of Panefert. He studied at Bologna and then taught law between 1218 and 1221. After his return to Barcelona, he entered the Dominican order in 1222. Pope Gregory the Ninth summoned him to Rome in 1230 and asked him to compile a new codification that would replace all earlier collections of decretals with one volume. We do not know if he worked alone or with other jurists in the Curia. In his bull, Rex Pacificus, Rex Pacificus, Rex Pacificus, with which Gregory promulgated the new collection in 1234, he called Raymond's work a compilatio, but the canonists quickly adopted the name Decretos Gregori Noni, Along with Gratian's Decretum, it became the most important collection of papal decretals in the schools and in the courts of Europe. It was also known as the Liber Extra, the book outside Gratian's Decretum. Papal decretals and codification from 1298 to 1582. If he had seen the canon law curriculum at the law school at Bologna circa 1300, Gratian would have been pleased and surprised. He would have been pleased that his book still occupied a central place in the study of canon law. Every student of law studied the Decretum. He would have been surprised that Dante Alighieri placed him in Paradiso. Not many poets have bestowed honors on jurists. He would not have anticipated the complete triumph of the papal decretal. Gratian understood canon law as being based on many different kinds of authoritative texts. By the end of the 13th century, however, the canonists were transfixed by the papal decretal. Since the early 13th century, when Pope Honorius III commissioned Tancred of Bologna to compile a collection of his decretals, popes had followed his lead. Pope Boniface VIII, reigned 1294 to 1303, who was not a jurist admired by Dante, established a committee of canonists to compile a collection of his own decretals. Pope Innocent IV's decretals, conciliar canons from Lyon 1 and 2, Lyons 1 and 2, and other loins 1 and 2, and other papal decretals that had books, and organized in papal and other papal decretals that had circulated in other private 13th century collections. This collection of canon law was called the Liber Sextus, although it was divided into 5 books and organized like every collection since Bernardus's, Parmensis's, Privarium, it derived its name from being the 6th book added to the 5 books of Gregory the Ninth's decretals. Boniface promulgated the new collection on 3rd March 1298 and sent it to all the major schools of canon law. Just as Gregory the Ninth wanted his collection to be a comprehensive and exclusive collection of canonical norms from Gratian to 1234, Boniface's collection was to be the sole witness of papal decretal legislation from 1234 to 1298. The canonist continued to cite decretals that had not been included in the collections, but only rarely. The papacy had put its firm stamp on canon law. During the 14th century, two more papal collections appeared. Pope Clement V, reigned 1305 to 1314, ordered a collection of his decretals be compiled, so that also included the canons of the Council of Vienna, 1311 to 1312. He died before the collection could be properly promulgated. His successor, Pope John XXII, reigned 1316 to 1334, a distinguished jurist, had the collection revised and issued a new collection on 25th October 1317. In the canonical literature, this collection was named the Constitutionis Clementinae. The Clementinae was the last official collection promulgated by the medieval papacy. There were two more private collections that were accepted by the schools. The Extravagantis Johannes the 22nd and the Extravagantis Communis. The Extravagantis Johannes the 22nd contained 20 decretals issued by Pope John the 22nd during his pontificate. The Extravagantis Communis evolved later. It contains 70 canons from an array of late medieval popes. The schools accepted these collections, and the canonists wrote extensive commentaries on them. These facts raise a question about Western canon law that are very difficult to answer. Why did the Pope stop promulgating decretal collections after 1317? It seemed as if the papacy had taken control of its legal system between 1226 and 1317. It promulgated its law officially, following the model established long before by the Emperor Justinian. During this period, one might conclude that the popes perceived their legal role and their authority within the church much as modern governments do when they exercise control of their legal systems within their territorial states. Like modern governments, the popes promulgated, shaped, authenticated, and controlled their legal systems. This model ends after 1317. There were no more papal collections of canon law until Pope Benedict XIV, reigned 1740 to 1758, issued a volume of his decretals, and Pope Pius X, 1903 to 1914, published 5 volumes of his acts in the early 20th century. No historian has yet offered an answer to this question. Although a definitive answer cannot be given, several observations can be made. First, the question reflects our conception of how legal systems should be structured and not theirs. No medieval or early modern jurist considered any institution, state, to be the sole producer and repository of law. Second, a new type of collection of papal judicial decisions arose in the 14th century, the Decisiones Romanae Rotea. It reported the cases of the papal court of audience that was known as the Rota. This court began to carry the main caseload of the papal curia at the end of the 13th century. Scholars have attributed the collection of one of two Englishmen, Thomas Falstaff and William Bateman. Falstaff was an auditor of the Rota in the middle of the 14th century. He also worked in the papal court at Avignon. In either case, it may not be by chance that an English jurist conceived of collecting the cases of a single court. The English yearbooks that contained the reports of the English royal courts provided a model for the work. During the 13th and 14th centuries, popes participated less and less in the daily work of the papal court, whereas early papal decretals contained decisions in which the pope sometimes, if not always, heard the cases. By the 14th century, papal letters were no longer the primary vehicles for reporting the judicial activity of the papal curia. It was during this time that the judicial office of the curia became known as the Roman Rota. Papal auditors, auditoras, commonly heard the cases that were appealed to Rome. When Pope John the 22nd, reigned 1314 to 1334, promulgated the decretal Ratio Iurius 1332, in which he granted auditors ordinary power to hear cases, the Pope confirmed a practice that had been in place for more than a century. During the 14th century, the decisiones or conclusions of the Rota were gathered together and manuscripts of them circulated widely. The decisions of the Rota became another source of authority within canon law. By the 15th century, the Sanctea Romania, Rotea decisiones were published each year. This practice continues until the present day. A consequence of this institutional development was that collections of papal decretals became far less relevant for canon law. The decretal collections of the 13th and early 14th century remained the cornerstones of canonical jurisprudence. They were the Libri Legalis, law books, that were used in the classrooms and the courtrooms of Europe. In the second half of the 16th century, the papacy decided to revise the standard texts of canon law. In 1566, Pope Pius V convened a committee to examine the complicated textual basis of the Libri Legalis, especially Gratian's Decretum. They were called the Correctores Romani. The committee was guided in part by one of the most brilliant scholars of the age, the Spaniard Antonio Augustin. Pope Gregory XIII promulgated a new Corpus Iuris Canonici in 1580. It was printed for the first time in Rome during 1582. Pope Gregory's revised and authenticated version of the standard texts of canon law remained in force until the Codex Iuris Canonici was promulgated in 1917. There were other unsuccessful and semi-successful attempts to compile collections of decretals that would have supplemented and updated the standard collections. The concept of adding a liber septimus to the libri legalis took different forms and experienced the vicissitudes of papal interest. Pierre Matthew produced a Liber Septimus, Frankfurt am Main, 1590, that is considered to be a continuation of the Corpus Iuris Canonici. The book never received papal recognition and was placed on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum in 1623. With the encouragement of Pope Paul IV, reigned 1555 to 1559, Giovanni Paleo Lancelotti had already conceived of a collection of decretals to augment the Libri Legalis Canonici. He published his Institutiones in 1563. It never received a papal endorsement. Pope Paul V, reigned 1605 to 1621, did permit Lancelotti's work to be published as an appendix to some editions of the Corpus Iuris Canonici. Lyon 1606, 1616, 1661. Venice 1630, without the corpus. A manuscript in Toledo contains the Codex Gregorianus, compiled by Celso Passi. It contained decretals and texts that reached as far back to the Church Fathers and to the Septimus, and as far back to the Church Fathers and to the decretals of Boniface VIII, but mainly contained the decrees of the Council of Trent and the 15th and 16th century popes. The Liber Septimus that came closest to finding an official place in canon law was begun during the pontificate of Pope Gregory XIII. Work was begun under Gregory and continued under his successors. A Liber Septimus was printed at Rome in 1592 to 1593 and in 1598 with only a few exemplars. In spite of its origins in the papal court, no pope, however, gave it official approval. Late medieval and early modern Western jurists. The canonists who interpreted the Corpus Iuris Canonici in the later Middle Ages created an enormous body of literature. From the middle of the 13th century, the canonists began to write massive commentaries on the standard decretal collections. Two jurists are particularly important in the 13th century, Pope Innocent IV and Hostinensis. Pope Innocent IV wrote a detailed and sophisticated commentary on the decretals of Gregory IX, circa 1245. Every jurist from his immediate contemporaries to Hugo Grotius in the 17th century cited his commentary. He probably began writing it long before he became pope and continued revising it up to the time of his death. He also wrote a commentary on the constitutions of the First Council of Lyons and on the additional decretals that were added to the constitutions in 1246 and 1253. The work was widely distributed in manuscripts and printed in a number of editions between 1477 and 1570. Innocent emphasized papal authority and power in his commentary. His great predecessor, Pope Innocent III, had established foundations of papal authority within the Church and over secular affairs. Innocent IV expanded and refined Innocent III's legislation in significant ways. He claimed that the Pope could choose between two imperial candidates, could depose the emperor, a power he exercised in the First Council of Lyon, and could exercise imperial jurisdiction when the imperial throne was vacant. Although he granted non-Christian princes the right to hold legitimate political power, he tempered that right by asserting that they must permit Christian missionaries to preach in their realms. In his commentary on the Bull of Deposition he had promulgated at the first council of Lyons, ad apostolicae dignitatis apicem, Liber, because only the Pope, Liber Sextus 2:14-2. Innocent made remarkable claims for papal authority. The Pope did not need the council to validate the deposition of the emperor, because only the Pope, not the council, had fullness of power. Innocent asserted that Christ had the power and authority to depose or condemn emperors by natural right, eos naturali. He concluded that the Pope had the same authority since he held the office of the Vicar of Christ. It would be absurd, he argued, if after the death of St. Peter, human beings were left without the governance of one person, regimem unius personia. Few popes in the Middle Ages would be more powerful. Few popes in the Middle Ages made a more powerful argument for the legitimacy and justness of papal monarchy. Few popes, if any, were more learned in canon law. Hostinius, Hinrinicus di Segusio, who lived from 1200 to 1275, was a contemporary of Innocent IV. These two jurists dominated the second half of the 13th century. Hostinius wrote a massive commentary on the decretals of Gregory IX and on the decretals of Innocent IV. He also wrote a soma on the decretals of Gregory IX. He worked on his commentary over his entire life and finished its final redaction just before his death. His work circulated widely and became a touchstone for all later canonists. Although the canonists continued to write commentaries on the Libri Legalis during the 14th and 15th centuries, another literary genre emerged and became important: concilia. The jurists wrote concilia to advise litigants and judges in court cases. We have concilia that date back to the late 12th and early 13th centuries, but they became genre of great significance in the first half of the 14th century. The purpose of the concilia was practical: to advise litigants and judges on specific legal issues raised by a particular case. Concilia quickly became a major source of canonical thinking and jurisprudence. The 14th and 15th centuries have been called the age of consilia. The jurists wrote thousands of consilia, and some jurists earned considerable fees by writing them. Baldus D. Ubaldus, 1400, wrote several thousand consilia and reputedly earned a substantial portion of his income from them. The typical canonist of the 15th and 16th centuries wrote commentaries on the Libri Legalis, concilia, and specialized tracts on various topics. Their careers were seldom limited to the teaching and practice of law. From the early 13th century, many canonists were elevated to bishoprics. Hostinius was a bishop in several sees, and later became a cardinal. By the 15th century, canonists taught, practiced, and held high ecclesiastical offices. Johannes Andrea, 1348, was the most prominent jurist of the mid-14th century. He taught at Bologna and also played a significant role in the secular affairs of Bologna's city-state, He wrote an extraordinary, large, and varied body of writings, commentaries on the Libri Legalis, Concilia, specialized tracts on marriage, ecclesiastical elections, benefices, excommunication, and other topics. His influence on later canonists were pervasive. In the 15th century, Panormentanus Niccolo Tedeschi, who lived from 1386 to 1445, was the most influential and important canonist. He wrote a commentary on the decretals of Gregory IX. It was one of the most frequently printed texts by a medieval jurist in the 15th and 16th centuries. After teaching in Siena, Bologna, and Florence, he participated in the Council of Basel as a representative of the Pope. Later, Pope Eugenius IV appointed him as the Archbishop of Palermo. He represented the Sicilian king's interests at the Council of Basel, where he supported the council's prerogatives when they were threatened by papal authority. By the 17th century, the importance of canon law and the eius communi had waned. The Protestant Reformation tore the fabric of Christian unity asunder, and most Protestant churches rejected the authority of canon law. It was tainted with papal prerogatives. One of the last great canonists was Emmanuel González Tellez, died in 1649. He taught canon law at Salamanca, Spain. His major work was a long, detailed commentary on the decretals of Gregory IX. Tellez's commentary on the decretals was one of the last large-scale canonistic commentaries to enjoy European-wide distribution. Tellez lived in the last century. Tellez lived in the last century that canon law and the eius commune would dominate European law and legal education. The age of national legal systems was dawning. And then there are a few left. Late medieval Greek canon law. In the last 2 centuries of Byzantine canon law, we do not have a continuation of the quality of jurisprudence that took place in the 12th and 13th centuries. Nothing in Byzantine canon law can match the sophistication of the Latin jurists of the late medieval and early modern period. The most important canonist of the late medieval Byzantium was Matthew Blasterus, who lived from circa 1280 to circa 1350. He compiled the Syntagma Cata, Styokeon, or alphabetical syntagma. He lived for most of his life in the monastery of Cair Isaac in Thessaloniki. His most important work, the Syntagma, is an alphabetically arranged encyclopedia of ecclesiastical law. He produced it circa 1335 and incorporated the Nomo Canan of 14 titles and the commentary of Theodore Balsamon, as well as other earlier canonists into his work. For secular law, which still played an important role in Byzantine canon law, he used the Basilica and other collections of civil law. The Syntagma circulated widely in Byzantium, the Slavic countries, and Romania. It was translated into Serbian, Bulgarian, and Russian, and became one of the fundamental sources of canon law in those regions. Some late medieval Byzantine ecclesiastical court records have been preserved, and these records give us indication about the level of jurisprudence. Two 13th century Byzantine judges, John Apokaiakos and Demetrios Chomatianos, or Chomatinos, have left records of the cases that they decided. We also have some decisions from the Patriarchal Court in Constantinople. These records contain information about cases dating from 1315 to 1402. Through these sources, we have some evidence that canon law in the Byzantine Empire operated on a high level, and that the jurists who heard cases had extensive libraries. Although the work of Matthew Blasterus and the court records represent a significant amount of material, it pales in comparison to the sources that we have for Western canon law. Consequently, meaningful comparisons of Latin and Greek law in the last days of the Byzantine Empire are difficult, if not impossible, to make. All right, so I have a question for Drunken Surfer and all of the retards in the chat who say that the Protestants or that breakaway Protestant sects do not follow the writings of the Church Fathers. I have a question for you. What is this right here? Canon law in the Protestant churches. Could it actually be that the Lutheran and Anglican and some other Protestant churches, while rejecting papal decretals and rejecting aspects of Catholic medieval canon law, actually preserved the teachings of the patristic writers? Could it be that Martin Luther read Augustine of Hippos, the City of God, and was an Augustinian? Could it be that many of the Protestant reformers were actually Augustinian influenced influenced by patristic and scholastic writers? Well, the answer is yes, they were. Canon law in the Protestant churches. So, Martin Luther and the other Protestant reformers rejected the body of canon law that had been established by the Latin Church. Luther burned books of canon law as early as 1520. He saw the canonical libri legalis symbols of papal power. Most other continental reformers also rejected the authority of canonical jurisprudence. England was the exception. King Henry VIII proclaimed that he, not the Pope, was the source of all canon law henceforward. Further, the validity of the Corpus Iuris Canonici did not rest upon papal authority, but on its acceptance by the English people over many centuries. Consequently, the Anglican Church preserved the entire body of medieval canon law and converted it into a national legal system. A consequence of this change was that episcopal authority within the Church of England was greatly diminished. English bishops after 1534 could not exercise any legislative authority within the Church. Canon law in England began to resemble the law of the Greek Orthodox tradition. The king and parliament became the sole source of canon law. Sir Edward Coke summed up the relationship of the king and canon law in the 16th century by stating, "The king, by the mouth of his judges, in his courts of justice, doth judge and determine the same by the temporal laws of England. So in causes ecclesiastical and spiritual." Even today, English bishops cannot legislate. In 1919, Parliament established a church assembly that included bishops, clerics, and laymen. This body can submit proposals to Parliament, but only Parliament can transform these proposals into law. Although the continental Reformed churches rejected the corpus iuris canonici, they needed rules to guide their new churches. In Germany, after the Peace of Augsburg in 1555, each prince of the German states was considered a summus episcopus. Summus episcopus. His authority was similar to a diocesan bishop. Lay authorities promulgated necessary rules. Lay authorities promulgated necessary rules in a wide range of ecclesiastical matters. Later, private jurists brought order to this pastiche of norms in much the same way that Gratian brought harmony to medieval canon law. In Germany, for example, Benedict Karpzov published a complete statement of Lutheran law in De Jurisprudentia Ecclesiastica seu consistorius, 1645. A little later, another distinguished jurist, Justice Heining Boehmer, wrote Eus Ecclesiasticum Protestantium usum modernum iurus canonici juxta Sierium decretalium ostendens, 1714 to 1717. Both these jurists knew the text, sources, and jurisprudence of medieval canon law very well, and silently incorporated much of this earlier jurisprudence into their work. Other Protestant churches established ecclesiastical law in various ways. In Scandinavia, the kings became the ultimate source of ecclesiastical norms, but private jurists were also important for organizing law. In Sweden, for example, the first Archbishop of Uppsala, Laurentius Patri, wrote a book on Kjordordning, church order in 1571 that laid down the norms of church government and detailed the relationship of the church to the Swedish king. The Synod of Uppsala accepted his book in 1572. Later, the King of Sweden confirmed Patri's Kjordordning. The Swiss Reformed Church under Huldrych Zwingli, Heinrich Bullinger, John Calvin established ecclesiastical regulations that were influential in other Protestant countries. Zwingli encouraged the city council of Zurich to create an order of the matrimonial tribunal in 1525. The court judged all matrimonial matters well. Later and later, all cases of morality. In 1532, Bullinger issued a set of regulations that governed preachers and synods. John Calvin had written a tract on ecclesiastical discipline entitled Articules concernant l'organisation des ecclésies, and convinced the City Council of Geneva to adopt it in 1537. Although these norms were never accepted in Geneva, Calvin did successfully establish his ordonnances ecclesiastiques in 1541. These Swiss statements of ecclesiastical law were models for Protestant law in France and the Low Countries later on. Finally, influence on the influence of canon law on Western jurisprudence. Yes, that is right. The canon law of the Middle Ages is the foundation of our modern constitutional and jurisprudence. or judicial court systems. In the later Middle Ages, canon law remained an independent legal system in Latin Christendom. Canonists were in great demand. Church courts could not function without them. Even secular rulers used canonists in their courts. Consequently, canon law was part of the curriculum in every European law school. The canonists did not, however, just study canon law. They also studied ancient Roman law in the form in which it was rediscovered in Bologna during the late 11th and early 12th centuries. The medieval jurists' adaptation of Justinian's Corpus Iuris Civilis became an essential part of canonical jurisprudence. The jurisprudence created by the canonists and civilians, professors of Roman law, who commented on the standard canonical and Roman legal courts, libri legalis, was called the ius commune. It became the universal law of Europe from the early 12th to the 17th century. During the reign of the ius commune, teachers in the law schools throughout Europe not only used the same libri legalis in their classrooms, they also used the same language of instruction, Latin. This lingua franca guaranteed that the focus of the law was universal and not particular. The institutional structure of the law schools had profound effects on law. Unlike today, the schools and the jurists who taught in them were not isolated geographically, linguistically, and jurisdictionally from each other. Although the law schools in Southern Europe were much more important and played a much larger role than the northern schools during the 12th and 13th centuries, the libri legalis created a homogeneous curriculum that formed the foundation of every jurist's training. The jurists of the North read and taught the jurists of the South. The jurists of the South, especially those from the Iberian Peninsula, southern and central France, and Italy, produced an astounding amount of literature in several different genres. The result of this work was the development of a common European jurisprudence that emerged during the 13th century. The jurisprudence transcended local law, the eius proprium. From the late 12th century on, the jurists of the eius commune developed a jurisprudence in which they attempted to isolate norms that had general application. Brian Tierney has recently demonstrated that these jurists explored rights of individuals systematically and developed a new language in which rights of human beings were discussed from many different perspectives. In their commentaries and their teaching, they created jurisprudential norms that protected those rights. As these jurisprudential norms were received in the classrooms, courts, and commentaries, they became more than legal maxims or legal rules. They became statements of equity and justice that ruled the world of thought and the world of the courts. The origin of the right to due process of law is a splendid example. At the beginning of the 13th century, a defendant did not have the absolute right of due process. A judge or a prince could condemn a person without a trial. During the 13th century, the jurists began to explore and debate the rights of defendants. By the end of the century, they had reached a consensus that a defendant's right to a trial was grounded in natural law and consequently was inviolable. The most sophisticated and complete summing up of juristic thinking about the rights of defendants in the late 13th and early 14th centuries can be found in the work of a French canonist, Johannes Monachus, who died in 1313. While glossing a decretal of Pope Boniface VIII, Rem non novum, he commented extensively on defendants' rights to a trial. On defendants' rights. He began by asking the question, could the Pope, on the basis of his decretal, proceed against a person if he had not cited him? Johannes concluded that the Pope was only above positive law, not natural law, since a summons had been established by natural law. The Pope could not omit it. He argued that no judge, even the Pope, could come to a just decision unless the defendant was present in court. When a crime is notorious, the judge may proceed in a summary fashion in some parts of the process, but the summons and judgment may be observed. He argued that a summons to court, citatio, and a judgment, sententia, were integral parts of the judicial process, because the story in the Bible about God's judgment of Adam and Eve, Genesis chapter 3, verse 12, proved that both were necessary. God had been bound to summon Adam. Human judges must do the same. Then he formulated an expression of a defendant's right to a trial and to due process with the following words: a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Ectem atem quielbet presumeter innocens nasi probuter nocens. After Johannes, other canonists played with the idea of defendants' rights. They coined a proverb that God must even give the devil his day in court. Johannes's commentary on Rem non novum eventually became the ordinary gloss of a late medieval collection of canon law known as the Extravagantis Communis. This collection and its gloss circulated in hundreds of manuscripts and scores of printed editions until the 17th century. Since his gloss was read by the jurists of the eius commune until the 18th century, it was the primary vehicle for transmitting the principle of due process to later generations of jurists. In the jurisprudence of the eius commune, the maxim innocent until proven guilty summarized a bundle of rights that every human being should have, no matter what the person's status, religion, or citizenship. The maxim protected defendants from being coerced to give testimony or to incriminate themselves. It granted them the absolute right to be summoned, to have their case heard in an open court, to have legal counsel, to have their sentence pronounced publicly, and to present evidence in their defense. The right to bear arms is another illustration of the canonists' creative jurisprudence. At the end of the 11th century, the church had moved broadly to forbid clerics from carrying arms. A canon from the Council of Poitiers in 1079, banning clergy from bearing arms, became part of the normative law of the church by the late 12th century. But from the beginning, the absolute interdiction of clerical arms was tempered by the canonists' notion of rights. They immediately interpreted the canon as exempting a cleric's right to self-defense. Between the 13th and 17th centuries, the jurist distinguished between offensive and defensive weapons, dangerous and safe places, and a cleric's and a layman's right to defend himself. Emmanuel Gonzalez Tellez wrote that natural reason permits people to defend themselves from danger. This right, he stated, has been established from nature. Consequently, Tellez expanded the right to bear arms considerably. He argued that clerics can defend themselves, and they can also take up arms to defend their homeland. The canonists crafted sophisticated theories of government in the High Middle Ages. They created a juridical structure for the church that regulated the relationships between the Pope and bishops, bishops and cathedral chapters, and abbots and their monks. In order to describe the structure of the church, the canonists established rules governing corporations, universitates. They discussed the relationship of the head of the corporate body to its members, laid down rules for the election of the Pope, bishops, and abbots. Perhaps one of the most lasting contributions of the canonists to constitutional thought was their doctrine of consent. They argued that consent of the members of a corporate body should be the cornerstone of all just governance. The canonists expressed this idea with the legal maxim quod omnes tangit ab omnibus opprobari debet. What touches all must be approved by all. This norm has survived into the modern world as a fundamental principle of democratic government. It is paradoxical that a legal system that battled to separate itself from the secular state during the Middle Ages, it is paradoxical that a legal system that battled to separate itself from the secular state during the Middle Ages, unlike Byzantine canon law, in the end had a profound influence on all modern secular European legal systems, including, I should say, the legal foundations of the United States of America. For it was one of the more important canonists and doctors of the church in the 15th century, his name being Nicholas of Cusa, who had a profound influence on Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was influenced by 15th century canonists and 15th century clerics like Nicholas of Cusa. And it was one Christopher Columbus who, in 1492, discovered the Americas, claiming them for Spain. And it is, in fact, many of the foundations of the British and American judicial and court systems that actually have their origins in the canon law courts or the ecclesiastical courts of the High Middle Ages. So, as I said in a previous stream, if you were to travel back to the 12th or the 13th century, and if you were to talk to a medieval cleric, you would probably find that they sounded a lot more like a lawyer, or more like a rector of the law, a judge or a lawyer of canon law, more than an actual theologian of the gospel. But regardless, this is the sort of foundations that the Western civilization, decided to take upon itself from the 7th and 9th centuries onward. This is the foundations, or one of the major foundations, for the incoming medieval civilization of Latin Christendom. All right, and so we're finished. I am done, and I can't think of anything else that I would want to say. So 4 hours and 30 minutes in, I think that I got the point across. So this has been Life Under the Canon Law of the Medieval Church. This is an important foundation and cornerstone for the feudal church. And according to Rick Perry here in chat, Rick Perry has made multiple claims that the feudal church was the most peaceful era in Christian history, and indeed in the history of the world. Rick Perry and a few other medievalists have made various claims that this time period, 600 or 650 to about 1300 AD, is supposed to be the Great Millennial Reign, or the millennial reign of 1,000 years in the book of Revelation by St. John of Patmos. And during this time, there was universal or universally accepted clerical and ecclesiastical law that occasionally intertwined with civic law. And this allowed the Europeans to come out of the Dark Ages and to gradually rebuild Western civilization out of the dumpster fire that was the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the face of the Gothic incursions and the very brief revival of the Carolingian Empire under Charlemagne, followed by another dumpster fire in the wake of the Saracen, Viking, and Magyar invasions, utterly destroyed the Carolingian realm. Out of the wreck of the barbarian raids and the barbarian destruction and devastation of the 9th and 10th centuries, in the 11th century and especially by the 14th century, you see not so much the advent of Western civilization, but the pre-modeling of it in medieval Latin Christendom, which was the prevalent society, the society of the feudal church. And for just over 1,000 years, the feudal church brought peace and stability and calmness and a lot of protection to ordinary citizens and serfs. It provided a sense of sovereignty and natural right, natural born right, that was later lost in the modern era. How did this happen? You'll find out in a later program. All right, I'm now going to go read chat. Krail says 07. Krail says blessed. Shrek said, I rode into town on a donkey. Shrek says, oh, do I love me a good donkey? Interdimensional Lizard said, hello. Rick Perry says, forge gang. Krail says, amen. Krail says, Desmus, the penitent thief, is often regarded as one of the only people in the synaptics directly told by Christ that he will be in heaven. Krail says, so obviously being on the right or wrong side of the law doesn't alone endear us to God alone. No, it has to be done by faith. You have to have faith in grace. Krill says, so obviously, okay, I already read that. Wrist Control says, Granada. Wrist Control says hard. Rick Perry says hard. Rick Perry puts his thumbs up. Shrek says, I am a hard ogre. Rick Perry says hard. Shrek says onions have layers. Rick Perry says, broke my phone whilst Channel Island hopping, scouting out legitimate potential breakaway civilizations. Was off the internet for 11 days. Drunken Surfer says, what are we reading tonight, Warhammer? Nothing less than the very foundations of Western judicial prudence. Third for the second says, hello, sir. Third for the second says, fake forge. Third for the second says, when are you starting the Forge University? Very soon, my man. Third for the second says, Forge gang against forgery. Shrek says, donkey. Esoteric Archivism says, 3-4, you streaming today. Esoteric Archivism says, who the fuck is listening to this at 4 a.m.? Juice says, interesting. Shrek says, there's a lot more to ogres than people think. Sounds like a spaz. Juice says, everyone receives grace regardless of faith. That is completely wrong and incorrect, Juice. That is utter bullshit. You have to be baptized. You have to receive grace and receive baptism. Baptism and confirmation are absolute necessities. And you have to be a full member of the church. And you have to do good works for the sake of faith. All right, so that's pretty much it. I have now covered the understanding of canon law, and with that, we can move on into the Middle Ages. Faith is a grace. That is Catholic doctrine, sir. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and end this now. I just want to say that Latin Christendom is not necessarily Western civilization as we know it. It is a template for the direct precedent for Western civilization to rise, but until Europeans start using the compass, uh, sailing ships, and gunpowder to go out and explore new continents, that's really the beginning of Western civilization to me. So I don't regard ancient classical Greece and Rome and medieval Christendom to necessarily be Western civilization. That's something that happens later. But in the 860s, there is a letter that the Byzantine Patriarch of Constantinople sends to the Pope, in which he regards Latin as a Scythian and barbarous language. What that tells you is that by the 9th century, the papacy, the Western Latin Catholic Church, is no longer a Mediterranean culture per se, or at least an Eastern Mediterranean institution. It has evolved by the 11th century into a fully European augmented institution. What this means is that the Latin tradition, the Roman tradition, or the Roman civilization of the Roman Empire has evolved through Western Latin canon law, through Roman Rite Catholicism, into Western Europe, at least into Latin Christendom, which I do not necessarily regard as Western civilization per se, but it is out of the classical Roman world and the medieval Latin Christian West that Western civilization as we know it arises. And on that note, I bid you adieu. Shrek says that this ogre wishes you well. He says he was baptized in a swamp. Faith is something that you need in order to be saved. You have to believe that God is both, that Jesus Christ is both the Son of God and the Son of Man, that he is both fully human and fully divine. And you have to believe in the three aspects, the three Godheads of the Trinity. So, Juice, I hate to say this, but you sound like you are lost in sin. You are dead in sin, and you are dead in this world. Your master is the God of this world, Satan, the devil, and of his works you will do, Juice. All right, I bid you all adieu. Peace.